Gentlemen, I would like to take this opportunity to welcome you to the second and the final day of the 16th Annual Councillors Conference 2020. All protocols observed. Welcome. Yesterday was a very, very wonderful day. We had robust and very lively discussions, both from the physical audience, but also from our virtual audience. As I speak right now, we are having 13 people already who have joined us virtually, and I request that those who are still standing, we settle down so that we don't keep this audience waiting for us. Like I said, day one was a very huge success with lots of conversations that went through and looking at our programs, and I want to make sure that we all have the right program. Day two program that begins with a recap where we'll have Joan Anena take us through a recap. Sorry, we're editing a few things on the program. Eric is still on his way, so we'll have Joan take us through the recap. Thereafter, we'll get into the fourth panel of the conference, which is the first panel of day two, that will look into gender and mental health. That panel will be chaired by Elizabeth Okello, who is right here with us, and the panelists are all around. We'll have two presentations, one that will be delivered by Okedi Stephen Otto, and then Aime Moninga, who is also with us here. Apologies from Constanza Torre, who is unable to take part in the conference, so we should not expect a delivery from Constanza Torre. Thereafter, we'll have another panel, which is the fifth panel of the conference, but the second panel of the day, that will look into psychosocial support for children. This panel will be chaired by Susan Badagawa, and to have three panelists, Matayo Ruth, Phuket and David Wilkes, and Rita Zawedi. Thereafter, we should be ready to go for a break. We'll have a healthy break that will take around 30 minutes. When we return, we'll have another panel which will look at health services. This panel will be a panel of doctors. We'll have health officers from a health officer from Kiriandongo, from Lacho Hospital, and then we'll have somebody from the Office of the Prime Minister, CRRF Secretariat specifically, speak to us. And then we will get to our second last panel, which will be a panel of duty bearers. It will be chaired by Ms. Devota Nue. And on that panel, we'll have three panelists. We'll have Aisha Kayongo from Uganda Police. We'll have Ajilong Harriet, Commissioner Guidance and Counseling, Minister of Education. And we will have His Worship Moses Agulia from Judicial Training Institute speak to us at that time. And then we'll have the last panel, around one, that will look at bridging theory and practice. And this will be a panel of academia. We'll have students and lecturers speak to us. And this panel will be chaired by one Richard Okedi from Butavika Hospital, and we'll have representatives from the different universities. Thereafter, we'll have reflections and recommendations before we head into the closing ceremonies. So that's how our day is going to run. Before I call Joan to take us through the recap, I would like us to quickly run through an introduction. We learned that we're having so many new faces today, but also have a lot of faces that we saw since yesterday. So we're going to ask that you tell us your name, tell us your organization, and the position in that organization you're coming from. So let's do that quickly before Joan comes to take us through the recap of what happened yesterday. I'll begin from my right. Yes? Please, let's make it quick. Just your name, your organization, and the position you hold in that organization.
Good morning, everyone. Yeah, my name is Patrick Uma. I'm a journalist. I work for Chimp Reports. It's online. I'm based in Gulu. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Lisa Rebecca. I'm a counseling psychologist. I'm from African Center for Treatment and Rehabilitation of Torture Victims.
My name is Narangana Agatha.
Good morning. My name is Emem from Men of Hope Association.
I'm called Dr. Maya Julius from Lacho Hospital, medical officer. I'm called Dr. Maya Julius, St. Mary Hospital, Lacho, medical officer.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
My name is Ivy Kabagambe. I'm a student at Mild May Hospital, Child Counseling.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Gichirabo, a counseling psychologist from Safe Haven Child and Family Counseling Center.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Susan Lupo, and I work with Refugee Law Project. I specifically manage one of our thematic programs called Access to Justice.
Welcome, Susan.
Good morning. My name is Koma Kech John Kwok. I'm the district chairperson of Lamore District.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Harriet Ajilong is my name, Minister of Education and Sport, Commissioner Guidance and Counseling.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mary Kampogo. I was here yesterday. I work with Refugee Law Project and the program manager mental health and psychosocial well-being. This is a program that is leading in organizing this conference, but working with other thematic programs. We have 5. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Elizabeth Okello. I work with Mild May, but I also serve on the board for Uganda Counseling Association as the treasurer, and I'm glad to be here. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Joanna Nena. I work with the Refugee Law Project. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Mutiaba Imam.
Good morning, everyone.
Good
My
morning.
name is Okot Francis Oyat. I am a social worker under the Mental Health and Psychosocial Wellbeing Program of the Refugee Law Project.
Welcome.
Good morning. My name is Martha Hope Acheng. I work with Uganda Counseling Association.
Good morning. My name is Tim Esther. I work with the Refugee Law Project based in Adjumani. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm called Muhira Catherine. I work with Refugee Law Projects.
Office.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Oyela Yvonne. I'm in the Mental Health and Psychosocial Wellbeing Program, Refugee Law Project.
Good morning, everyone. My name is David Onen. I manage the Gender and Sexuality Program of Refugee Law Project. You're most welcome.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Martha Akello, and I work at the Refugee Law Project as the Program Manager, Media for Social Change.
Good morning. I'm Gaston Biamlisha, President, Uganda Counseling Association.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Yaya Zachary, heading the Department of Psychology in the Faculty of Social Sciences and Psychology in the University of Kisubi.
Welcome.
Dr. Everest Ankwasiza is my name, and I'm the Dean of Psychology and Social Sciences at the University of Kisubi, a counseling psychologist.
Good morning. I'm Dumba Matu Pius from the Uganda Matters University, working as an associate dean in the School of Arts and Social Sciences, and also doubling as an overseer in the training of mental health students. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Jim Ilunga. I work with the Refugee Law Project and the Media for Social Change program.
King.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Yoel Diva. I'm the District Health Officer, Guru.
Welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Gilbert Nwajira. I work with the Refugee Law Project as the personal assistant to the director. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. My name is Openg Shafiq, and I work with the Refugee Law Project.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kakinda Adrian, the head of advocacy for Uganda Counseling Association.
Welcome. Let's quickly have the remaining few people introduce themselves. No.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Chris Dolan. I'm Director of Refugee Law Project.
My name is Mlondo Apollo from Refugee Law Project.
Yeah, thank you very much for that quick introduction. So now we know who is sitting next to us. And hearing all of you introduce, it fills me with joy. We have a great constellation of different people from different backgrounds and different disciplines. And that brings, adds a lot of value to our conversation today. Reading through the program, I already saw that people are intrigued and very activated to have discussions. So I will invite my colleague Anena to come and take us quickly through a recap. What are those things that stood out for us yesterday? As she comes, I'll make a few housekeeping notes. One, please let us keep our phones on silent mode. I won't ask you to switch them off because I know increasingly people are now making notes, taking their notes on their phones. So I won't ask you to switch it off, but just kindly keep it in silent mode so that it does not interrupt the normal proceedings. And for our online audience, I would like to welcome you. I'm struggling to say whether to say good morning or good afternoon or good evening. knowing that you're in different time zones, but wherever you're watching us from, wherever you're following from, you are welcome to the second day of the 16th Annual Councillors Conference. I'll ask my colleague to take us quickly through a recap of yesterday, so that those who are arriving today or who just joined us today, from both online and physically, you get to know what we discussed and where this conversation that we're continuing is coming from. You're welcome.
Good morning, everyone. I'm called Joanna Nena. I work with the Refugee Law Project, based in Lamour Field Office. I know the conversation or the discussion has already been shaped since yesterday, and it would be nice for us to reflect on some of the discussions that took place yesterday. And the question that I would pose could be, what did you learn differently from yesterday's sessions in regards to working with forced migrants? Or what have we learned that we didn't know in terms of working with forced migrants? And we are looking at mental health and psychosocial well-being.
Yeah, as we think through that, I'll kindly ask our participants following us and online to kindly turn on their cameras for now, so that they can wave to us so that we know who they are. Please, our participants following online, kindly turn on your cameras and say hello to us. Okay, online we have Solome Awidi, we have Ameja Vivian, we have Amudu Salongo, we have Babidie Dorothy Kayanja, we have Bale Henry, Ben Lacogne, Chance Corinne, Charity Nanteza, Florence Oscar, Florence William Nakawesi, Grace Jonah, Joseph Okedo Enugu, Kevin Naziwa, Lucy Achan, Margaret Juliet Lapiem, Margaret Kalete, Mushinga Mbashila. We have a whole team of RLP from Kirandongo. We have Sir Edrutu Johim Kajuna. We have Stephen Alan Mukisa. We have Vicky Owens. So far, those are the ones we're having on Zoom, and quite a number of them following on YouTube. So thanks, our online audience. It's a pleasure to have you with us this morning and the rest of the day. Thank you.
Back to the audience, both in the physical space and online, what did we learn differently from yesterday's session? We have a hand.
Thank you so much. Agathanya from Uganda Matters University. From yesterday's presentations, I learned that
Technical team, can we have the mics raised? We can't hear well.
I learned that
Thank you.
we have to consider the mental well-being or mental status of the host communities where our refugees are hosted. And it's very, very important for them to cooperate well when their mental health is stable so that they can accommodate us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any other?
Thank you, Dumba from Uganda Matters University. What is significant from yesterday's conference proceedings, the issue of coexistence. It is important to be responsive in helping the refugees, but also the host communities, the caretakers, people who are giving something need to be taken care of. I benefited much from the photography that was shared from the participants. And it's really very, very important that the carer aspect is important to be taken care of, but also the client is also equally important. So it is a holistic healing process. Thank you.
There was a hand here.
Okay. What I've learned is that in most of these refugees management, you find that when you look at the whole body, so you have to look at the whole body and also inclusive the mental aspect. So when you look at the whole body and the mental aspect, that is when you'll come with a comprehensive report of a particular patient. And then on the other aspect, also when you look at the host community, these are, I could say, like new patients or new people. So find that the involvement of the host community is so much importance in their management. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I have two more? Is there anything that we have learned differently with working with forced migrants from yesterday's sessions? Our online audience? Can I have two more? There's a hand behind. Jimmy, online.
I learned that talk about psychosocial support to the migrants is such a huge topic, broad topic that requires specific knowledge in some areas to handle specific traumas that probably somebody have gone through.
Thank you very much. There's another hand this side. And here.
Yeah, I'm called Yaya Zachary from the University of Kisubi. From Professor David L. Sam, try to give us a solution to some of the challenges that the refugees face. He told us refugees need to adjust to the need of the society where they are. They need to adjust, not only, but before adaptation, there is what they call accumulation and the participation in activities of the host activities, so that they are not lost. They should come down and live with the others and adjust accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a hand on the other side.
What was so powerful yesterday that I learned is that it is important to empower community members at the moment. Say, for instance, the pandemic that happened and is still going on, not every mental health practitioner could reach out to those communities. So it is important to empower community members such that people can reach out to them just in case they have a mental health issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The online audience, is there anyone that picked a learning from yesterday's session that would love to share with us? Okay. There's another Anne.
Yeah, good morning, team. What I learned yesterday, powerful. I must thank all the panelists and the organizers of the event, because it is hard to get time and talk about things like this. I have also learned that it is good to let go, and it is also good to heed to the advice, because we've all gone through the test of times. We have had challenges. Some of us have been refugees in our own country, but it is also good to accept others, accept what they're doing for the other people, despite being the host communities, there are differences between us and them, and we are supposed to accept them and work together with them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As they take the mic to Esther behind, from online, Ben Lacogne says, for me, I learned about the many questions that rings in the lives of refugees and asylum seekers, in their experiences, emotionally and psychologically, and many others. Thank you very much for that, Ben.
Yeah, for me, what really stood out is the issue of self-care. As counselors, in most times, we forget to take care of ourselves, yet we also burn out basing on the experiences and the interactions we have had with the clients. So yesterday when one of the presenters online was trying to talk about the different approaches and what can be done, the emphasis about self-care, and also us to find people whom we can trust and whom we can talk to, such that when we also reach a point where we feel we cannot continue, we have somebody to talk to also support us. That is something we, at most times, we tend to forget, and it breaks us. So we really also need to take that seriously for our own health and for our well-being, such that we continue supporting the different clients that come to us for support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As we take the last one from our online audience, Amudo Salongo says, in yesterday's session, I learned that the psychological wounds are not easily repairable, which means availability of basic necessities does not automatically correct the psychosocial damages. Also, when people heal physically, doesn't mean the psychological healings, but rather it's a start of a psychosomatic pain. Thank you very much for the audience, both online and physically. For me, what wrapped up the all of yesterday that I took as key is understanding forced migrants' experiences of violence. Because when we understand the violence, the experiences of violence, it enables us to support them with appropriate needs. We know that they go through a lot. Sexual violence, some encounter sexual violence, and others have severe physical wound as results of violence. So the startup point could be understanding the different experiences of war violence or conflict violence that the forced migrants have experienced. Thank you very much. It has been me, Joan Anena, back to the day manager.
Thank you very much, Joanne, for ably taking us through a recap. Quite a number of comments are still coming through from our online audience, but in the interest of time, we will keep the conversation going. As Elizabeth prepares to come and take over the next session, I'll request that we keep time. Indeed, one of the things that did not go so well yesterday is that we slipped a little on issues of time. And at Refugee Law Project, the program where I'm situated, we have a theory of change that says to move forward, we need to look back first. And for us to move forward, if I'm to use that for this conference, for us to move forward in subsequent conferences, we need to reflect on what happened the day before. So yesterday, like I said, there were a number of delays for various reasons, and that kept the different audiences waiting, both online and physical, which I feel did not really go so well. And on behalf of the conveners of this conference, and specifically on behalf of Refugee Law Project, I would like to apologize for whatever did not go so well. Specifically for the online audience, we know it takes a lot of interest to remain focused. So if we keep slipping time, it's not so nice for them. But also for the audience physically here, we know you have a lot you could be doing, so you sacrifice that time to be with us, and we cannot take that for granted. So we apologize for whatever did not go so well, especially in issues of time. And today, I've already talked to my session chairs. I will be respectfully brutal on issues of time, so that we do not have a recurrence of what happened yesterday. So we should learn from yesterday. We should learn from yesterday and ensure that the next time an invitation is extended to somebody, they will not say, but those people don't keep time. Those people, delay. So we really apologize for that. And we promise that if we all behave appropriately today, and it's not one person's portion, it's all of us. So let's all ensure that we keep time and we do not repeat what happened yesterday. So I would like to take this opportunity to welcome Elizabeth, who will welcome her panel, and they'll take us through the first panel of the day, which happens to be the fourth panel of the conference. You are welcome, Elizabeth.
Let's give a hand of applause for Jimmy. Thank you very much. And I would just like to say once again, you're most welcome. I'll not take a lot of time just to introduce. I'd introduced myself, but I would just re-echo for those who came after we started. I'm Elizabeth Okello. I'm a counseling psychologist by profession. I work with Mildmay, but I also serve on the Uganda Counseling Association Board. Thank you very much for coming. It's a pleasure that we would like to invite our panelists for today, and I'm going to request that as I call out their names, they'll come and take their seats right up here. So first panelist is Okidi Stephen Otto. Welcome. And then I would also like to welcome Amy Moninga. Please come and take your seat right over here. So our first panelist is going to be Stephen Okidi Otto. And Stephen Okidi is a project officer, and he works with the Kiriandongo office with the Refugee Law Project. He is a social worker by profession and also pursuing further studies in project planning and management. His expertise is in areas of gender-based violence, conflict-related sexual violence, gender equity, and mental health among forced migrants. And Stephen Otto is also passionate about technology and travel. I think those are some of the things that he does outside his professional work. So welcome, Okidi Stephen. And he's going to make a presentation that is entitled, When Men Are Caregivers. And this is the myriad of complex trauma associated with caregiving among forced migrants. When I read this, I personally became very expectant to hear this whole aspect of men being caregivers. And just as we get into this discussion, this panel discussion is within our area of gender and mental health. So I'm personally looking forward to listening to what Stephen is going to unpack for us. So Stephen, you're welcome to interact with our audience. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I will not repeat introducing myself again. I believe it was clear and audible enough. In the work I do with Refugee Law Project, we work with survivors and victims of war-related injuries and harms. We do support them by referring them and supporting them to access specialized medical service in different health facilities within the country. We have partnered with local government and private facilities where we refer these individuals to support their medical rehabilitation so that they can regain their functionality and productivity. Unlike in the global north, Uganda's health system requires, and in some instances demands, that caretaker or a caretaker is present prior to admission of an individual in those facilities. While some of those requests in the Ugandan context is gendered as per how people conceive it or perceive it, it appears to be more of a women role. And for individuals, they would want to provide this care to their significant others. And these practices sometimes tally with what we believe in our different cultures, and there seems to be a lot of discussions that goes around that. We see in most of our health facilities, we have been either directly supporting our individuals or persons in hospitals, or as ourselves, we have been admitted. And the question is, do we always have someone who can take care of you as per the demand of the different health facilities? I will leave that to you. Mental health burdens following widespread epidemic in the community comes with a lot of challenges and pervasive impacts. You can't imagine that in this time of struggle, you have to also have someone to think and stand in to support you. We call this a time of survival for the fittest. But still, you find that if you're so passionate about your neighbor, your colleague, you will have to go by and sacrifice some of the work you have to do in your homes to provide. Some people have breadwinners in their homes, but still they have to sacrifice their time and to go and attend to someone in the hospital. You know what it means when you're leaving people behind, you're not sure about how they will be surviving. When we talk about caregiving, what does it mean? It comes with a lot. When an individual, in this context, we work with forced migrants and hosts who have undergone severe experiences that either psychologically, physically, psychosexually, they have been affected grossly. We support them to recover, but in that process, you need someone who will be providing for them like meals. Some of them are bedridden, needs to be cleaned up, their diapers changed, their clothes changed. So we are talking about men as caregivers in this context. What does culture say about this in the context of the African setting? Uganda, to be very specific. I've been blessed enough to interact and learn a lot more about different cultures within the country. So in caregiving, the proactive caregiving roles are traditionally done by women and girls. Given that forced migration disconnects the family fabrics, you're not sure of how people reach and land in the different hosting countries. Sometimes you come in situations whereby it's only the son and the mother who successfully or safely arrives in the countries of the hosting nation. So you'll realize that if, say, the mother was a sexual violence survivor or a victim and is supposed to undergo medical rehabilitation, and the medical facility dictates that there should be a caretaker, and you know that the immediate person has to be the son. Is it a very normal thing that in our different cultures, a boy taking care of the mother in the hospital, a mother who is bedridden, is it a very easy thing for them to do it? It is an experience that you wouldn't want to put yourself in. Imagining the things that you have to go through, to making sure that your mother's recovery is fastened through the support that is required of the caregiver, who happens to be the son. because with that comes cooking, cleaning the body, changing the clothes, mopping the room, and sharing the same room with her in the ward. In my culture, where I come from, the northern part of Uganda, it's a taboo to look at your mother's genitalia. But what option does a male caregiver has? With the love you have for your mother, you want your mother to recover. There is that component whereby people will talk. You will reflect. You will foresee the kind of challenges you will have with your male peers when you come back from the hospital. What will society be saying? So it comes with a lot of challenges for the male caregivers when it comes in that context. Not leaving alone your mother. If a male caregiver is to be taking care of the sister who probably was gang raped, who was raped or sexually abused in the different ways that rapes do happen or sexual violence do occur on people during conflict or in the fleeing process of escaping the conflict. The gendered roles. In the modern world, other roles or activities are seen as a technique of survival. Yet culturally, it would differently look, like cooking, washing clothes, bathing someone, and changing their clothes. But yet, this male caregiver is challenged to be able to do this to their significant others, say the mother, the father. It will be a lot easier to do it for your father or for your brother. So it brings a lot of psychological issues that sometimes can lead to very traumatic experiences in the heads of the young or elderly male caregivers who are supposed to be providing the services for their significant others. Yet to many, a mere sight of a man or boy providing such care defeats long-held assumptions and about ascribed roles for men and boys. I highly want to say that in the work I do with Refugee Law Project in the Kiriandongo Field Office and with the support sometimes that is asked of me, we work with these categories of individuals who have forced migrants and nationals who have experienced war-related injuries and harms. I'll share with you a few examples that you'll have to reflect on, then probably you'll tell us what you think should and can be done about these individuals. When I had just joined Refugee Law Project about 14 or 15 months ago, my first part of the orientation was to have the physical experience of what goes on in the hospital, where these persons of concerns, we refer them to access these medical rehabilitation services from, to see what they go through, what is done, and the procedures and processes involved. In one of the private wings in those hospitals, I found a very energetic young man who was taking care of the mother who underwent a surgery. It was a mixture of smiles and sadness on both faces. Then I got to ask a lot of questions. If these ones are a little bit lucky in a way that there is some space created for them in a private wing, isolated, how about the many others outside there? The story is the boy and the mother, they're the only people who managed to escape from South Sudan into Uganda. And it so happens that the mother, the survivor of torture and sexual violence, and through the identification procedures, she was eligible for medical rehabilitation. So she had undergone surgery. She was bedridden. She can't go to pick food on her own. She can't bathe herself. She can't change her clothes. It's the son who is left to do that. What do you think goes on in the mind of this young boy? Would he think of having a sexual healthy thoughts? Would he be looking at women as a partner? Would he be looking into having a wife in the future? Some of these things traumatizes and gives you experiences that you would imagine yourself being in the shoe of the person doing this. Yes, there is this experience of a young boy who had undergone or suffered a compound fracture while they were escaping war from South Sudan. He had open fracture, and he had lived on with this for long, that the bones were already starting to dry off, and he is still undergoing medical rehabilitation. This is a boy who is a orphan. The father was killed in his presence. He doesn't know where the mother is. He's staying with the stepmother. The stepmother has about 9 other kids that she is taking care of. Then here comes the need for the boy to be taken to the hospital. Can the mother leave the other 9 children to go and stay with this boy in the hospital? It's not a possibility. There is no any other elderly or aged person who can go with this boy to stay with in the hospital. So here comes a good-hearted male neighbor who is not related to the boy, not related to any of the persons in this household. He accepts to go with the boy and take care of him in the hospital. Looking at the bones all outside, he has to carry the boy in the car. He has to lift him to take him to the whichever room or direction the boy needs to go. It's not related. Then, looking at the challenges of COVID, that doctors also have to attend to other issues within the hospital. The process is all delayed. He has other responsibilities he has left at home. He has these people he has left at home. The process are getting delayed. So it's a very challenging process psychologically for the man who is just offering to support someone who is not related to. I want to share with us some of the caregiving and psychological aspects of caregiving. There is the aspect of having the secondary trauma, or which is called the vicarious trauma, of putting yourself in the experience of the person you're taking to. There is likeliness of these individuals to keep imagining, and having been living with this person in the hospital for quite a week or weeks or months, automatically you will start feeling the same pain with the person that you're taking care of. And if these individuals are not supported, they can carry on with this trauma for quite some time, and they'll be struggling with. There is a component of grief in case the patient you're taking care of passes on. You will be haunted for some times, and you'll think that, could there have been something I would have done differently? We had this experience of a brother taking care of a brother in a hospital. So a brother had a bullet lodged in the knee joint. So he had undergone surgery. I don't know, I think in the medical field there is a kind of injection that is given to individuals who are to undergo surgeries. Then some individuals are very reactive to that. So the boy, the patient kept on vomiting. So it was so worrying for the caretaker that one of the nights, he thought that what was being done in the hospital wasn't enough, because the person he's taking care of is the breadwinner to them in the household. So he feared losing this individual, that he had thoughts of escaping with the brother so that they could go and get they could get a treatment where people promises hair. I hope we know what I meant by promising hair in the small facilities we have within our different areas. There is the aspect of stress, the burden of taking care of a stranger, neighbor, patient. And some of these patients are very demanding, because when you're psychologically not okay, sometimes you're not sure of what can work for you. You'll be demanding a lot from the person who is taking care of you, irrespective of their capacities at that particular moment and the relationship you have with the individual. And you know, among the forced migrants, most of them, or majority of them, don't have a very clear source of income. So you have to go by what is provided for you. You can't have a specialized kind of meals. You don't have very specific needs on your own. It has to be provided for you. Some of these individuals that are taken to a hospital, some of them don't have what to sleep on, what to cover themselves with, what to use at the hospital, and yet the requirements of the hospital are very clear and specific, irrespective of your capacities. So who carries the burden? It's the caretaker, and in most cases, if it's a male caretaker who is not related to you, and he has other responsibilities with his significant others that he has left behind. So you know the challenges that comes with this psychologically. There is the fear or the aspect of being away from your spouse. You left your person, your wife, you're behind. You're not sure of what will go on wherever you have left her. She might be expecting or thinking that some other thing could be going on wherever you are. You could also be thinking of something is going on wherever you left your wife, and some of these could lead to family breakage. So, we need to know that the male caregivers are subjected to some of the mental health aspects due to the social perceptions. Experiences make them to get stressed. Balancing between what is being talked and what they have to do. There is the aspect of the vicarious trauma, which can lead to post-traumatic stress disorders if not attended to. So, in the different hospitals, do we have services that cares or covers individuals who give caregiving to their significant others or people that they care about in the hospital? What do we do for them? Do we have counselors at the hospital, apart from the different services that in most cases, as per my experience, is only on HIV/AIDS? Do we have counselors at the hospital? We have the fear of the unknown, anxiety. When you're attending to extreme cases, someone who has major injuries, you're not sure of what will happen to this person. The person is being taken to the theater. You're not sure if the person will come out alive. So that causes a lot of thoughts that sometimes are very traumatic to these male caregivers. Due to the different circumstances in the hospital, a male caregiver is subject to depression, and if not attended to, it can lead to mental health challenges like suicide. You're sharing room in the main ward with women because you're attending to your mother, your sister. You're exposed to a number of things that you wouldn't wish to see and hear. So this requires a lot to be done within the hospital and outside of the hospital setting. So what recommendations do I leave that needs to be done by the different actors? One, to medical personnel and health facilities. There is need to have basic counseling skills to provide much needed psychosocial support to the client and the caretakers. There is need to provide safe space for male caregivers in female wards so that they're not exposed to some of the things they would not wish to see and hear and listen to. We should make it be known to men and boys that it's okay for male to give caregiving support to their significant others. To the counselors, there is need to diversify the counseling services at the hospital to cater for various psychosocial needs of patients and their caretakers. We need to liaise with hospitals to have professional counselors available to provide these services to patients and caregivers. I'm happy that yesterday the Director for Clinical Services made mention that they have a plan in the pipeline to have professional counselors recruited and assigned to the different health facilities, starting from Health Center 4 countrywide. I hope that becomes a reality. To researchers, I think we need to research more about the psychosocial dynamics associated with caregiving among as male in our societies. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen, for that presentation. We had a comment from one of our online listeners who was requesting you to also make reference to a caretaker, one caretaker with 4 survivors, and 2 of them are on catheters and 2 are on wheelchairs. And this one caretaker has to manage that process of taking care of those. So there was reference made to that. And I think as we reflect, I'm going to request you take note and keep your questions piling up. Our online audience, you could type your questions in the chat, and we are going to get to a time of questions after we have listened to an experience. We are going to have an experience sharing from Aime Moninga. And as he prepares to come, Aine Moninga is a refugee from the Democratic Republic of Congo. He won a Human Rights Defender Award by the European Union. That was this year in 2020. And he's also a chairperson of a men's support group. And I think there's no other person in better position to come and share with us an experience working as men in caregiving. You're welcome, Aime.
Good morning once again. Like my sister said, my name is Aime Moninga. I have 15 minutes only to share my experience with you. I would like to say I'm very happy for this audience to share my experience with all of you this morning. What we are expecting is to see another face about sexual violence against men, about issues of rape of men. I know as a leader, like she said, also as a victim of sexual violence in conflict, it's not easy as a male survivor to stand up here and share his experience and talk about what happened to him or to others. Because before to reach here, you need to pass 3 steps, which is not easy to come out to talk about you. If I remember well, I know we have counselors and different NGOs around here. I would like you to understand very well and to try to do what we victims or male of sexual violence need, because we need to help others who are in silence, who are not able to break the silence. I think the purpose of my presence is to look out to help others to come like me and talk about what has happened to them and see how we can get our right. The first thing what has been helpful to me or to us as a group of male survivors, because it's a group of different nationalities of Africa where there is war. We have Sudanese, we have Rwandese, Burundian, and Congolese, and some Eritrean in the group. So what has been helpful to us. You know, according to our culture, rape of male, of sexual violence against male is a taboo. I hear from someone talk about that. I think it was here, my colleague who was here. It's a taboo. When a male passes through a rape, to our culture as an African, it becomes a useless, it becomes a sin. So he cannot share the place who he need to share before, like he was before to be raped, like to go to church with others, and psychologically is broken. It's not the same. Even when you are alone, even you are passing, you are going somewhere, if you see people talking, you think directly they are talking about you. Even they are talking another issues. So I think as a counselor, when you have someone who comes to you as a male survivors who want to share his story or his experience, the first thing is the space. You cannot share with the male survivors in the public place. And another thing is to welcome, the way you are welcome the person. You cannot just welcome the person anyway. I think that will be not a good introduction. Maybe he cannot open very well when he see your behavior or the way you are welcoming him. Another thing what is encouraging the people to talk when we feel like the person with who I want to talk my experience is taking my problem like ease. I think you are getting me. Don't you follow my English, but you get what I want to say. I'm doing also some exercise to make a good English you can understand very well. Is it okay? Yeah. This is small English from Refugee Law Project to EFA. I want to thank my teacher of EFA, Apollo, who is here. When I came, I was not able to talk in English. Today I can share my experience. I know Dr. Chris was my interpreter the year past when we are somewhere. So you need to interpret for me. I promise you one day to call Ping Hotel. Next time I will do my best to talk in English. I think this is the real time. So I was saying, the way you advise male survivors, you share with him, you tell him this is not the end of the life. You're still a man. You know, to our culture, a man is a lion. A man is a commandant. So when you feel like you lose your power, you need someone to help you to return that power, to help you to think about you are not useless, you are not a sin, you're still a man, you're still with your power. The way you are counseling someone, that can give us hope and courage to talk and to convince others, to tell them where I am. I'm not like I was. I'm now a different person. I have good service the other side. So you can come with me, because I have been doing it during our awareness in the community. I was telling them, I was like you. I was shameful. I cannot talk. I was feeling shame. So the way I went to Refugee Law Project, I met a counselor who was very kind, who created a good space for me, who hear very well and share with me my pain. I was feeling like at home. So I consider a person like a parent. I was feeling if I have a problem, I need to go, I need to run. And today I can stand up and I can talk about that. And we help many people to come out, to break the silence, because we have now a big number of people. We started with the 6 people, now we are above 300 men for different countries. It's because of courage. I use my courage. I use what they give me to Refugee Law Project as counseling, to convince others, to help them, to break their silence. Because, you know, the majority of male survivors, they have medical issues, they have psychological issues, and they have also financial issues like challenges. So when you provide these 3 points, I think automatically the person will come out and will break the silence and will try to move these 3 steps. Because when you come, you are a victim, but you cannot stay only there like a victim. I remember when I was on 2011, when I met the Refugee Law Project for the first time. We used to do some round table and to build our capacity. So I was not able to talk. I did not even allow someone to take my picture. Every day, when there is someone, I say, no, for me, you put the camera in another place. So I realized it was on 2012, I think, or 13, at Colping Hotel during South Institute. The conference was like this one, with many people from abroad, others from Cambodia, others from New Zealand. So I met a victim, Dr. Ken, when he shared his experience, and the first president of Men of Hope, Alain Kabenga, when he went through Al Jazeera, international channels to talk about male issues, I realized that I am also a man. I have also courage, I have also knowledge. So people are suffering in silence. People are dying. So I supposed to remain the same, or I supposed to get courage. So from that conference, I become another person. I decide to talk, I decide to help. So it was for me another journey. So you see, from that hotel, you can see me today talking. And from that hotel, I can go to London to talk, I can go to Geneva, I can go to UN to advocate what I need also today. When you see me, it's just to tell you that these issues of male survivors is not easy. If we cannot come together and fight it, we are going to lose. You will realize after 10 years, men will become few, small. You have the good right, small. So you will get many women than men, because men are dying. If you see here in Uganda, Refugee Law Project is the only organization can understand very well about men and can get the small budget for male survivors. But other service providers, they don't have it. I think after this session, you can think about male survivors and don't leave these issues of male survivor only for Refugee Law Project. It's our problem, all of us. So we look how to help those male survivors. I remember when I met Dr. Chris, we were fighting about the issues of male survivors. It was our voice, nationally or international level, to talk about male survivors. And one time he came, he told us, was during our general meeting, he said, today UN can realize that issues of male, rape of male, is now a tactic of war. So it was a satisfaction for us in the group when we realized now the UN can understand about issues of male. If the UN can understand, what about you here in Uganda? Why don't you fight for us? Why don't you fight about the law of Uganda, which don't recognize issues of men? Because according to the law of Uganda, the constitution, the perpetrator is supposed to be only a man because he has a penis. And the victim is supposed to be a woman because she has a virgin, which is not true. So I need also today you help us to change that law. Because we can be all of us victim. You can be a woman or can be a man. You cannot say, I cannot be a victim. All of us, we are able to be a victim. So we need also to change our constitution to see how to help also others. When you are focusing only for men, for women, please, for women, men also, they are not certified, they cannot be happy when they are suffering. We are all human beings. You cannot just make a budget for women and children when men are suffering, when men also have issues. I can give you one example. To my group, this year during this period of COVID, which is the purpose of this meeting, we lose 2 our members. One boy of 22 years and one Muse of 53 years. The Muse died because of pressure. When the president comes and give another lockdown. So to his place, they was chasing him because of rent. And the wife was telling him, what are you doing? Are you a man or you are not a man? When others are paying their rent, but you are not able to pay the rent. Because of that only, he died. And the young man was angry. He did not eat. He went to sleep during the day. You know, the bed was very long. You know, that bed, the stage, there's 2 stages, was up. I don't know what happened if he fell down. And the head was down, and that was the end. He got injured inside. When we reached the hospital, was the end. So I don't know what he was thinking about. I don't know. So when the men, they don't have support, they don't feel like their issues, people can talk about it. That can bring many consequences to us. So I would like today, after hearing what I'm saying, after seeing me here in front of you, if you cannot believe about issues of men, you can believe today. And you change your way, how to think things, and look at, make budget, make support to men, like you are doing with the women. I'm not saying here, issues of women is not important, no. We are all human beings, we are all suffering. If you see the rape, you compare the rape of women and the rape of the men, the consequences are the same. The men can get also HIV, like women are getting HIV. They have injury, the other side they are injury. They have blood coming out, the other side also, everything they are the same. So I need, here we think, I'm not going to follow the order. I'm talking about the recommendation in the same time. I'm talking about the challenges in the same time. It's you to choose. I don't know if you are getting me. Yeah. So like I said, like challenges, when I reach, like I want to talk about me, the first challenge was the language barrier. You have issues to talk, you have issues to share, but you don't have the language. You don't have English. You cannot share. That's why I thank my teacher Apollo. Because of him, I can today talk this small English. I went through EFA, English for Adult, at the Refugee Law Project. The second one was financial support. When you have a family, you go to the counselor. The counselor can assist you and to reduce some trauma. But when you return home, you realize you don't have food. You realize you don't have soap to wash your clothes. So you think, what is the purpose? I'm facing these challenges. What is the purpose? I become a useless here in Uganda. You realize it's maybe the rape, maybe the sexual violence, maybe the war. So I think as counselors, as NGOs or service providers who are here present, when you are talking with the male survivors who you you are counseling him, you can also think about financial support. That can also help us because it's a challenge for us. Another challenge was the ignorance of some counselors and even police. Like I said, the law. When you go to police, you report about your issues. Even in hospital, the doctor or the nurse calls another doctor. You see, come, you come see how a man can be raped. Come. So you realize the next appointment, the man cannot return to the hospital because you know they're going to laugh. So I think we need also to work on it. My recommendation can say, you know, as men of hope, like I said before, everyone is developed and understand sexual violence against men and boys. When you understand, you will know how to do and how to manage. We will need also, like I said, it's financial support. Because the majority, like in the association, we have parents, they have children, they have wife, they have family, so they need to take care of those family, to send children to school and other issues, which is not able for us to make it like as male survivors. I thank all of you to listen to me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Moninga. Very thrilling, and I must say that your English is very good. Very good. I think if we were to do percentaging, I think you could do 95%. And many thanks to your teacher who you recognized who is here. I think that is very good. Well done. We're getting into a time where we will get some reflections and some questions, so keep them coming. Our online audience, we are glad that you have braved through and listened through. Thank you. We had two speakers. We've had Stephen Otto share with us about the complexity of men as caregivers, and he has shared the whole aspect of the complexity with the forced migrants. We've had Moninga, who has shared with us his experience, and I must say the whole aspect of breaking the silence just stood out. And that was very thrilling. And also something if the rest of us have noticed, most times when we gather to talk about gender, it's about the women, but look, today we have caregivers who are men. We have a man coming here and he's calling for action a lot on attention to men in the aspect of sexual violence. From comments of some of our listeners, we agree that this has been an ignored area. And thank you, our listeners. Also, there's recognition for RLP that has come out and specific focus on the men. So thumbs up to RLP. We say keep going. So we're going to get some reflections. We have our physical audience here. We have the online audience. And I would like to see the hands of those who would want to ask a question or share a reflection. And then I just need to see how many we have here in the room. Okay, we have one there. We have there. All right. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much for both the presentations. I mean, I think one of the things that is clear is whether you're talking about caretakers, whether you're talking about survivors, for both, they're having to find a lot of courage from somewhere to break with gender norms and to break through the many taboos around these issues. So I think, I'm wondering, can you say a bit more about how do you help, whether as a leader or as a counselor, how do you help men to find that courage? Because it's not easy. I think, Emir, you said you were silent for many years before you found the courage. For you, it was a conference that inspired you. But I think most people don't get a chance to go to an event like that to get inspired. So in a more day-to-day way, how do you help people to find that courage and to recognize that, yeah, if you do clean up somebody's body or you do talk in public about what happened to yourself, it doesn't make you less of a man. I think that's, and in the process, I think we're actually doing some of the work on reforming or bringing gender norms, different gender norms, more progressive gender norms into being. The other thing that I think is always interesting for me is that doing advocacy, standing up in public, having a voice, is itself a form of therapy, a very important form of therapy. And I would just love to throw that into the conversation, that, how much speaking, not just one-on-one with a counselor maybe, but in a public space is an important therapeutic activity. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll get to our next. And then after the second reflection, we shall ask Stephen to just make a comment or response.
Thank you very much. My name is Joshua Gato. I want to thank our presenters for the wonderful presentations. Mine is not a question, it's an addition on what our brother Stephen presented. Recommendations. In your recommendation, Brother Stephen, you mentioned that there is a need for the health workers at different hospitals to be trained in basic counseling skills. As we all know, there are physical symptoms of trauma that many patients go with to the hospital seeking medical treatment. Doctors will do their different tests. People are testing positive, but they feel sick and they have pains. At the end of the day, you will see doctors referring these patients to us for counseling. So for me, I think it could not be basic counseling skills, but it is high time for health facilities to hire specialized counselors to be in their consultation rooms or to be there in the health facilities to provide counseling sessions to these patients who have physical symptoms of trauma, not only to the patients, the way our presenter said, the caregivers also suffer vicarious trauma. So this personnel at the health facility will be in charge to provide also clinical support to the health caregivers. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Joshua. As Stephen just gets ready just to make a response, I would just like to mention that is a very key, critical issue. And our Uganda Counseling Association has begun interfacing with Ministry of Health to see how do we get to add to the voice to see that our counselors can fit within the structure to ensure that if you went to a health facility, you actually would find a counselor within the structure and is able to provide, to fill the gap that was greatly mentioned here when Stephen gave his presentation. So thank you very much, Joshua, and we're adding to the voice. Yes, Stephen.
Thank you very much. I'll start off, Elizabeth, with the first. I think you got a comment from the virtual attendees. I think someone who knows our work very well as Refugee Law Project in Kiriandongo, who asked me to share a story about the four young Sudanese refugees who are grappling with their recovery journey from the injuries and harms that they suffered during 2 different wars in Sudan and South Sudan. This is a group of 5 young, brilliant men and boys who escaped the conflict that went on for some times in Darfur region of Sudan. They escaped to South Sudan. By then, South Sudan was still very peaceful. Afterwards, war broke out again in South Sudan, whereby 4 of them suffered gross injuries, with 2 of them ridden onto wheelchairs. There is one of them who, luckily enough, did not suffer any physical injury, but has a lot of psychological injuries and trauma that he lives with. So here comes the support from Refugee Law Project that supports them to regain their functionality and productivity through medical rehabilitation. So it is this one brother of them that has to be taking care of all the 4 of them, because no one understands them well more than he does understands them. So the challenge comes when there are specific dates for reviews at the hospital, that 2 of them have to go, then 2 remains. Yet they have one person who cooks for them and has to take care of them at the hospital. It's a very challenging task for the young man, but he's very energetic and he's very religious about his brothers. The 2 who are ridden onto wheelchair are forced to use diapers. They can't ease themselves the normal way. One uses a catheter to ease himself. It's a very challenging experience, and every day I try to pray to God that something happens and the medical doctors succeed in rehabilitating these young men so that their caretaker can have the joy of his struggle. But also, we as Refugee Law Project, we are supporting them with the necessary support that they need. It's a very challenging experience for the young man. And also of recent, we are blessed enough that RRP has recruited professional counselors, that one we have in Kiriandongo, and the different field offices also have there. So they are trying to offer counseling support to these individuals who have very, very traumatic experiences. On what Dr. said, I want to agree with what Dr. Chris said in regards to how do we encourage more men and boys to come forward to see that it is very okay for them to change diapers, to bathe someone, to clean them, and to take care of them, to cook for them in times of need. So it will take a responsibility for all of us to create safe space for these discussions to be held without pointing fingers, stigmatizing, and disclosing people's stories without their consent. Let's create safe space for individuals who took the courage. It should be upon them to share the experiences that can encourage other more to come forward. I am happy that in Kiriandongo we have one support group that is specifically for men who all of them are survivors of different forms of violence in their different countries where they came through from. So some of these caretakers or caregivers, some of them were also victims, and they have overcome their challenges, and they are happy to support their other colleagues when called upon to support them, because they know what it means for a person on his or her recovery journey to have someone attending to them at the hospital. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stephen. I'm just going to read just a few. We thank you, Joel. Thank you, Joel, and Florence and Solomon, our online audience. Joel, you mentioned that one of the issues are the settlements, especially where the women are taken care of by UNHCR, and a lot of support is given to the women and not the men. And you're adding to your voice to indicate that the men actually should be given attention to. Florence is encouraging the men out there that sharing does not make you less of a man, but you remain with your dignity. Thank you, Solomon, for agreeing to the fact that Joshua has added his voice to emphasize that counseling should be recognized within our health facilities. Thank you, Stephen. Thank you, Moninga. I think this is, if I was to say 2 words that would really come out very strong, the advocacy is very important. Coming out to break the silence. Moninga, there's a lot of encouragement online that is saying that sharing is also therapy. And I'm glad that the number of the men in the support group are actually growing. So sharing is actually also therapy. So thank you, and let's add our voice to this to ensure that now that we are opening our eyes to see that males need attention, especially in this area of sexual violence, and more so in the context of forced migration, I'm sure that the people sitting here, the people online, are up in arms to do something much more. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you very much, our presenters. That was very good. I think let's give them one round of applause as they can move down to take back their seats. And I would like to ask Jimmy to come and guide us through to the rest of the session. Thank you very much, our audience.
There's a question of how online participants can share their views live. So you might have to say, raise your hand and then we'll get it.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Elizabeth, and the entire panel for the work well done. Lots of comments are flowing through from our online participants, and I would like to encourage the participants online that we would love to hear your voices as well. So please raise your hand and we will pick on you and give you the opportunity to share with us live what you have to share. But also the comments that are coming through are very, very welcome. We thank you so much for that. One of them, Margaret Lapiem said, Moninga, you are indeed a survivor, not a victim. Thank you so much for sharing with us, Margaret. So thanks so much, Elizabeth. Kindly take back your seat. And let's clap for her and her entire team for the work well done. So without wasting much more time, I would like to invite Susan Badagawa to who is going to share the next session. So Susan, please, you're welcome. Online audience, once again, we are following through. Kindly, if you have something to say and you don't want to have it typed, raise your hand. The technical team will be able to notice that and give you an opportunity. We would love to hear your voices as well. Thank you so much. You're welcome, Susan.
Thank you.
Can you have the mic?
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for being with us for this 16th Annual Counsellors Conference. We thank the previous presenters. Thank you so much, and we are grateful for that. Thank you, Elizabeth, for taking us through the previous session. Our next session, we are going to deal with psychosocial support for children, and taking us for the next presentation is Mrs. Ruth Matoya, working with Healing Talk Uganda, and she's going to handle the mental health needs of children. Are we paying enough attention? There's a question posed there, and she's going to attend to it. So before Ruth comes in, we are going to look at Ruth's profile, and we get to know who Ruth is. Ruth is a counseling psychologist with over 18 years of practicing experience. Ruth holds a master's degree in counseling psychology and is a director at Healing Talk Counseling Services, the oldest and the largest private firm that provides psychosocial support services for individuals and organizations in Uganda. She's also a counselor, a trainer, supervisor, and mentor of counseling and psychology students at Uganda Christian University. She's a certified EMDR practitioner and has experience in child counseling, trauma management, grief counseling, and counselor supervisor stroke training. Her style is to take an eclectic approach that incorporates a number of theoretical background approaches, including but not limited to cognitive behavioral therapy and experiential therapy. Ruth's involvement in international work with organizations such as UNICEF, Norwegian Refugee Council, Creative Associates International, MASECOPS, and AECOM has made her adept and sensitive to cross-cultural differences in her practice. This is apparent in her ability to create evidence-based programs to address the needs of diverse range of clientele, including TOT, which is training of trainers for psychological first aid with AECOM, South Sudan. Staff resilience with International Rescue Committee, Zimbabwe, Catholic Relief Services, Madagascar, and South Africa, as well as crisis management in conflict areas with Creative Associates International, Nigeria. So there is Ruth for you. She lives in Kampala. She's fluent both in English and Kiswahili. So Ruth, I welcome you.
Good morning. I am glad to be here today and privileged to present about the mental health needs of children. Children have a soft spot in my heart, and I've worked with them in several settings. So today we have very limited time, but I will attempt to articulate the mental health needs of children. I would like us to understand that mental health is defined in different ways. The World Health Organization defines mental health as a state of well-being in which the individual realizes their own abilities, can cope with the normal life stressors, and work productively and fruitfully, and contribute to their community. Generally, I would say that mental health has to do with well-being, effective functioning at individual level and at community level. Also, the mental health of children is heavily influenced by the culture, the subjective assessments that are seen across the different cultures, and some of the professional theories which determine our definition of mental health. Mental health is not equivalent to mental illness, but it can be measured against the mental illness issues. So when mental health is not taken care of, it leads to mental health issues, which people will call the mental illnesses. Today we are discussing about the mental health, the general well-being of the child. So what will constitute the mental health in children? I would say this, that it is reaching the developmental and emotional milestones for each child, the learning of healthy social skills and how to cope with life challenges, and also having a positive quality of life and ability to function well in all different and safe settings. So that constitutes the mental health of children. In that aspect then, what could be the needs of the mental health needs of children? For children to grow up into mentally stable human beings, they need the following. They need unconditional love, self-confidence and high esteem, the opportunity to play with other children, encouraging teachers and supportive caretakers, safe and secure surroundings where they function normally, appropriate guidance and discipline. All these should be given by their caregivers. And now, what is affecting all these needs that they have? I would like to say that right now, we have the regular homes, the ones that you and me know, and we also have the homes of children of forced migration, or refugees, as we call them. So in our regular homes, what is affecting the mental health of children are things like, right now, COVID-19. They are home, they are not going to school, and they have limited activities. And while there is domestic violence. A lot of recent studies show that domestic violence has increased more than 5% in the last 7 months. Absent parents who are maybe present physically and absent emotionally, result-oriented teachers when they go to school. We have teachers that care about achievement, but nothing more about the children. And then there are a lot of unsafe environments. Gone are the days when you can send your child to a shop and expect them to come back safely. When we add that to the children of forced migration, you notice that in addition to what we have said, the children in forced migration homes or centers have to grapple with a lot of things. They flee from home in search of stability, yet where they go might not have stability. They endure staggering violence, injury, and recruitment into gangs and drugs, as well as even sex tourism. They are more likely to be recruited into those things. The children of forced migration centers and shelters, they lack psychosocial support and health care. Why do they lack psychosocial support? Just like the other children, we would say that their parents have also gone through a lot of pain, and they are emotionally hurt and unable to supply the necessary support that the children have. So you find that these children have anxiety, they suffer grief issues and stress, and which threatens their potential to experience genuine happiness. So they are separated. Some of the children are separated by their parents. All these are documented by UNICEF and Save the Children. They have said that in addition to what other children suffer, the children of forced migration homes suffer extra damage to their mental health because of the conditions in which they live. So what is being done to address child mental health? I looked around to see what could be done to address child mental health, and I noticed that apart from what we know, the humanitarian organizations and the NGOs are trying their best to see that children have better mental health. So they have set up spaces to provide structured activities which help children to learn, to problem solve, to regulate emotions, and maintain relationships. The NGOs and humanitarian organizations have got, they are helping the mental health and psychosocial support for the children, but they also give mental health support to the caregivers, the families, and the community. And this cuts across many of the families that suffer forced migration. Then there are other projects and programs that invest in children mental health, social services, and family-friendly accessible services. So you will see that, for example, the RLP will have a project where they will talk to mothers, talk to fathers, and meanwhile the children will be playing somewhere, but the parents are getting support in one way or another. But when we come to our own communities, which are not impacted by conflict or forced migration, what happens? In those families, we find that many parents will go to the faith-based support systems for family and child support. So you will find that parents want to take children to church and to give them godfathers and godmothers and mentors from church. Then there are those loose family mentorship programs and partnerships whereby you take your child to your auntie, you take your child to your uncle to be given mental health support. Then there is self-education. Parents educate themselves. They want to attend seminars so that they can learn what to do to support their children and meet their mental health needs. When children are overwhelmed by mental health issues, many parents, I discovered, resort to praying and asking God to intervene in the issues, the mental health issues of their children, like anger, like anxiety, panic attacks, poor performance, and all that. So then, some parents know that children need to play with other children, and so in Uganda you'll find that on particular days, the parks, the malls, the swimming pools, and the play centers in some of these urban places are full to capacity, and the parents feel like they are helping their children to address some of the mental health needs that they have. However, sometimes these go unsupervised, and severally we have seen parents coming back to complain about what is happening to their children. So how do we address the mental health needs of our children? We must foster very strong relationships, and those relationships must be caring. As the older generation that is caring for our children, fostering strong caring relationships that target children is very, very important. We must help to build the esteem of our children, and because of time, I will not go into the details of how to do that, but I need us to know that we must build the esteem of our children. We must listen to them and respect them, because children too deserve respect. We must create safe and positive home environments for the children to prosper. We must provide for physical and creative activities because especially during the lockdown, COVID-19 lockdown, we have enclosed our children and we are not able to let them enjoy the friendships, the creative activities, and they are all feeling caged in their homes. We must also be role models by taking good care of our own mental health. We know that when we have poor mental health, then we may not be in a position to take care of another human being's mental health. I would like to conclude by saying this. The Geneva Declaration of 1924, and which was later taken up by the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Children, has this to say. And it's like they thought about the mental health of children. And this is what we should pay attention to, that the child must be given the means requisite for its normal development, both materially and spiritually. So even the spiritual aspect of children must be addressed. The child that is hungry must be fed. The child that is sick must be nursed. The child that is backward must be helped. The child that is delinquent must be reclaimed. And the orphan must be sheltered and mentored. The child must be the first to receive relief in times of distress. The child must not be put in position to earn a living and must be protected against every form of exploitation. The child must be brought up in the consciousness that its talents must be devoted to the service of their fellow human beings. Are we paying enough attention to this? I would like to stop there and call for discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth. One thing I know about Ruth is she's so passionate about children. She can talk and talk and talk until when the cows get home. But because of time, she had to end there. Thank you, Ruth, so much. I'm proud to be your associate, and you really have improved my life in my profession. And yeah, we are happy to have you today. So you've heard Ruth very clearly. She has told us on some of the ways we should help to address the children's psychosocial needs. Children are one part of human beings that have been neglected, and we take everything for granted that children don't have feelings. And you have to labor a lot for us who are working with parents and parenting issues to help parents understand that children also get hurt psychologically, they get stressed, and they need to be helped. So one thing, Ruth, I wanted you to highlight on is about children who are backward. What does that really mean? Because it is quite confusing to some of us. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, okay. Our next presenter this morning is Joshua Gatto. He's going to make the next presentation. So a brief profile about Joshua. Joshua Gatto is currently working as a clinical specialist for the international NGO Tutapona within Kampala, Uganda. He has been supporting Tutapona's field staff with clinical expertise and supervision, training, and staff care. Joshua has a master's degree of clinical psychology from Bugema University and has a 27 years experience in education, psychology, and community development. He has published several academic articles addressing risk factors and mental health needs of refugees within Uganda. Joshua specializes in trauma-informed psychotherapeutic techniques to address the impact of past adversity while building hope and resilience for a client's future. Joshua, you're welcome.
Good morning, members. Morning, members. Good morning. Everyone looks tired. What is it? Are we tired? Huh? Okay. Thank you very much. I'm profoundly happy to be in front of you to present my short presentation, but very meaningful. Before I start, I want to express my happiness because of my parents who are here. Dr. Chris and the entire family of the Refugee Project. I'm very happy of you. Thank you very much. I cannot forget to recognize my mentor, my professor, Mrs. Ruth Matoya. I am what I am, the skills I have. I salute you, madam. Thank you so much. My presentation is Hero's Journey. There is a question here that Madam Ruth Matoya ended with by asking, are we paying enough attention? The answer is, we are coming up. We are coming up. After realizing the mental health needs of children, Tutapona designed a curriculum. Tutapona is an international NGO providing psychosocial support to refugees and host community. We are found in Adjumani, in Isingiro district, and in Kamwenge, where we have refugee settlements. This program is a child-focused group program targeting children of 10 to 12 years. It is a 2 weeks group curriculum designed with a structured session and materials. We use some tools for assessment. We have child PTSD symptom scale that we administer to the children before our sessions and after the session. And we have also World Health Organization 5 Wellbeing Index. Those are the tools we use to assess our children and to assess the impact of the program. We piloted this program in Ruamanja Refugee Settlement, that is in Kamwenge district, and the outcome was that 89.79% graduated from our program, and the trauma symptom reduction rate was 37.2%. Hero's Journey, when we were affected by the COVID-19 pandemic, it was not possible to hold our group programs. We embraced another approach on radio. We are using Radio Salama and the Radio Amani in West Nile, there in Adjumani, to continue with our sessions on the program. It has been fruitful because after these sessions, we get callers who contribute and appreciate the service, and the program is run in 2 different languages, English and Arabic. So we got positive feedback from our listeners. In Nakiva, in Ruamanja, we continued with Ajum and the Nakivare, and so far the outcome is as displayed on the screen. 96.91% graduated, and the trauma symptom reduction rate is at 50.95%. Yes, 79.57% increase in overall well-being scales after administering the WHO 5 well-being index. It is a standardized tool that we use immediately after our program. So what have we learned in this program? There is growth and coaching for parents. When I talk about coaching of parents, I mean that before starting this program, we have a pre-session with parents. This pre-session with parents, we take them through psychoeducation, mentioning much on the trauma symptoms in children and how to take care of them. We learned also that there are children who are suffering for post-traumatic stress disorders. There are very many in the community, and they need support. So what we do, we continue with the psychosocial support with them through follow-up in their families, as we also continue educating the caregivers of children on how to take care of them, as we also provide one-on-one sessions. Yeah. There is a need of awareness for the community. Go back to the previous following slide. I had not yet finished what we have learned. Continue. Yes. Go back to the lessons learned. Yes. There is need for community awareness on the impact of trauma in children. The community doesn't know how trauma impacts on children. At the end of the day, you find parents with the child struggling with these trauma symptoms. They think that maybe it is witchcraft. They think it is spirits. They go to church. They go to witch doctors. Why? Not knowing that these are symptoms that can be dealt with by our specialists, the counselors. The program activity extends beyond usefulness for children. We don't do this in isolation. After, I like the first presenter who said that there are other needs that are to be catered for as we cater for mental health of children. So when we are dealing with children, during our assessment, we find that there are other needs they require to recover. So we do our referrals to different NGOs and agencies that can provide the services that we don't provide. Yes. And this program, mental health program and psychosocial support to children, works well with community structures like refugee welfare councils, like education sector. I thank Save the Children in refugee settlements. They have put all over child-friendly spaces. We collaborate with them and we find the children there and we implement our programs there. They need a lot of things, the children, in order to recover from trauma. Can you continue? Best practice. There must be a holistic and client family-centered approach. Dealing with the children, we can't deal with the children without involving parents, without involving the caregivers, without involving even the community structures like LOCs and the refugee welfare councils, and so on. There are pathways for individual support therapy and partner referrals. That's what I have explained. We don't work in isolation. We have referral pathways that we follow in case we have identified a need that we don't support. We refer to different agencies. Post-traumatic growth focus on building on existing resilience and strength. Yes, that's another best practice, by building on resilience and strength that the community has, that the family members have, in order to be able to support these children. Someone mentioned the culture. Thank you very much. Our intervention must be cultural sensitive, where we consider the culture of the community where the children come from and the language they speak. It has been a big challenge, specifically when we are supporting children, we are providing psychosocial support to children when we are using interpreters. It becomes a big challenge for the child to be able to understand very well when we are using interpreters. So the best practice is, if we can be able to use the language that children understand without using interpreters, it would be great. Next. The way forward. What is the way forward? External validation of programs and assessment. Our program is open to research. Any external researcher can come and conduct their research to see the impact of our program to the children. A way forward, efficacy for child-based models in an East African context would be very good. Then advocacy for mental health structure and best practice policies, procedures within Uganda. Next. Thank you so much. Mine was very short and concise like that. Thank you.
Thank you, Joshua.
Another round of applause for Joshua. He has been brief and precise, and I really feel Tutapona is doing a great job. We can borrow a leaf from your program and the best practices you're using. There are certain things we take for granted, thinking that when we are working with children, some people are not involved. Thank you so much for the great work you're doing that side. Our next presenter is called Rita Zawede Otoke, and she's going to present about adverse childhood experiences and child migrants. A brief profile about Rita. Rita is born again, married to Michael Otoke, and a mother of 2. Qualifications: she's a counseling psychologist with specialty in children issues. Work experience: she has worked as an assistant university counselor, UCU, for 9 years, worked as child development officer with Compassion International for 11 years. Occupation: homeschooling mom since 2018, and counseling consultancy with Shared Love Uganda and SOS, board member, Children Safe Uganda. Other trainings: child counseling therapies, including EMDR for children, trainer in adverse child experiences, and trauma care. Thank you, Ruth. You'll tell us more about homeschooling.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very happy to work with a team of child counselors who are my mentors. So I feel so safe. On one side, I have Mrs. Ruth Matoya, and then on another, I have Aunt Florence. I call her Aunt Florence. They have mentored me so well, and they want to see me at the greatest heights. So I am happy to work with Aunt Florence. Let me introduce her briefly. We are a team of 2 on this topic. It's on adverse childhood experience. She's a counseling psychologist and a volunteer counselor. And for many years, she has worked with International Justice Mission, giving aftercare for people who have been abused after loss of their loved ones in their homes. And she has also worked in Hope After Rape, where I also worked for some time, but she was there before I went to Hope After Rape. I just followed her. She worked there for 6 years. And right now, we work together in trauma care and adverse childhood experience trainings and facilitations, and in many other forms of counseling. So we are going to be together. Right now, she's giving consultancy service with Presidential Initiative on Banana Industry Research. So that's where she's working currently. Adverse childhood experiences, is just another piece of research that was done. I'm happy for Joshua's research, which is here in Uganda. And then I also have another. This study was done in Kaiser Permanente in the US, on 17,000 participants under Center for Disease Control program. And this research revealed that there is a powerful relationship between our emotional experiences as children and our physical and mental health as adults. Another finding was adverse childhood experiences are the most important determinant of the health and well-being of our nation. Another finding was one does not just get over some things, not even 15 years later. Now, this study explored 3 major areas of adverse childhood experiences. One is abuse, neglect, and household dysfunction. Under abuse, there is physical abuse, sexual abuse, emotional, and then neglect. Under neglect, there is emotional neglect and physical neglect. House dysfunction, there is exposure to domestic violence, substance abuse, parental separation or divorce, mental illness, criminal activity, and all that. Now, this slide is showing the 10 items in the adverse childhood experiences. If there was time, I would give you time to check yourself. Were you physically abused, sexually abused, so that you give yourself, you check each of those points and see your score out of 10. There is, as your SEE score increases, the risk for the following health problems increases. 1, alcoholism and drug abuse, depression, sexually transmitted diseases, liver disease, fetal death, illicit drug use, suicide attempts, partner violence, unintended pregnancy, smoking, obesity, heart disease, COPD, and fibromyalgia. That one. Yes. The more SEEs you have, the more likely you will be exposed to those problems. There is a progression of adverse childhood experiences into behavior-related and health-related problems. Now, there is, go on the next one, please. Yes, that pyramid shows a relationship, shows those 5 items from conception to death. When you get, anytime you can get a adverse childhood experience, even when you're in your mother's tummy, even outside your mother's tummy. And how does it, what comes next is you get social, emotional, and cognitive impairment. And then adoption of health risk behaviors as we grow. And then there is disease, disability, and social problems that may result. And the end is usually early death. And early death comes most of the time when you have these SEEs. We call them SEEs, not accelerated Christian education, but adverse childhood experiences. The SEEs can cause an early death of at 20 years or below. Physical and emotional health are directly related to adverse childhood experiences in a strong and graded fashion. Now, please. Yes, that's where we are. That's where I want us to be. Toxic, that graph shows a relationship between stress and cognitive functioning. The red arrow going up is showing the level of stress. The higher the stress, then the lower one's cognitive functioning. Your thinking brain reduces to function properly when the stress is too much. I think you've watched yourself when, I'm not saying everybody, but each of us reacts differently. When we are too stressed, we get angry very quickly. And then some of us stop thinking properly. And then it ends up we end up being helpless,
and many other things may function, may result because of the high stress. Now, we want to take us a look at, please go to slide 14. A teen with an STE score of 0 has a 1 out of 500 likelihood of attempting suicide before the 18th birthday. But if a teenager has a score of 7, a score of STE of 7, he or she is likely to attempt suicide before the 18th birthday. Slide 16. STE score and attempting suicide before 18. That is what I have just explained. Let's go to yes, how common are adverse childhood experiences? Emotional abuse, for example. Go to the next slide. Yes. 1 out of 12 boys is likely to be emotionally abused, and 1 out of 8 girls is likely to be emotionally abused. Our brother Moninga was talking to us about the men who are not cared for. I am so happy that our refugee law project is taking care of men, because men, maybe boys are stronger or men are stronger, their levels of abuse are not as much as a girl would be abused, and therefore people think boys are strong, they don't need to be cared for, but they need to be cared for also. The next slide is 1 out of 6 boys is likely to be sexually abused, and 1 out of 4 girls is likely to be sexually abused. And then when it comes to physical abuse, 1 out of 3 boys is likely to be sexually abused, and then 1 out of 4 girls is likely to be physically abused. So, childhood experiences underlie chronic depression. These days, depression is becoming more common than ever before. And then, if you're not a good counselor, you'll just look at the past recent experiences. But most of the depression comes down to our childhoods. It's good to explore up to someone's childhood. And this graph is showing that. Okay. STE score and drug abuse, that is intravenous drug abuse. That is one of the issues that are likely to happen when someone gets adverse childhood experiences. And then there is also adult alcoholism, and it's good for us to think of it also going down to adverse childhood experiences, not looking at recent experiences only. There is also smoking as an adult is one of the things that is likely to result. And then serious job problems. Someone is 40 or 50 but is absent, is not delivering, yet he's earning a salary. But it's good to when you're helping them explore up to childhood. And then teen pregnancies. You will get these notes, you will get these statistics, and you will be able to read them and get them properly. Then, clearly, we have shown that adverse childhood experiences are common, destructive, and have an effect that often lasts for a lifetime. So you can help us to break the cycle. I am representing Shared Love Uganda, and it's a children's organization which is dealing with children who have adverse childhood experiences here and there. Some of them are picked from rubbish pits, others are abused at home, domestic violence, and so we give them a safe haven at that place, Shared Love Uganda, So it is very important that we join together to help children, because they are the adults of tomorrow. They are the they will be the adults, the leaders of tomorrow. They can't function with traumatized brains, and they won't lead properly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rita, about the child adverse experiences. I feel some of us were really, I understand, exposed to it, although I was physically exposed, I must confess. People of my age in school, they would beat us, give us corporal punishment, and it really was affecting us so much. But I thank God I'm not affected in my later life, and I'm functioning so well. So when we come in, we are going for a short break. Then when we come in, we shall have our questions and discussions will come following this presentation. Thank you, our presenters, for now.
Thank you. Thank you very much, our session chair and our distinguished panelists for those insightful presentations. We will be breaking for a cup of tea or coffee, and we request our online participants to have a 10 minutes break as well. We are picking a cup of tea and returning to our desks, our chairs, so that we can proceed with a reflection session as we're taking tea. So kindly, let's pick our tea and get back to our seats so that we proceed. But before we go, Mary Kampogo would like to pose a few reflection questions that you should ponder on as we taking our tea. Mary?
Good morning once again. I can have my mask off because I'm quite far from you. Thank you for the conference. Thank you, our panelists. So what I want us to do is, as we go for our tea, today is the last day of the conference, and we've discussed many things, many important things about mental health for forced migrants, but also for hosts. And we would like to leave this place when we are looking forward to the future. So I want you to reflect on these different questions. So considering the discussions we've had, what do you recommend? One, in terms of training for mental health and psychosocial workers. Two, in terms of mental health and psychosocial support services, what do you recommend? And then three, who else do you think needs to be involved in this discussion? We tried to bring in different stakeholders that you had, which I'm not going to tell I'm not going to recap all of them again, but who do you think else is needed in this discussion so that when we do another conference or have another discussion to discuss mental health and psychosocial support for forced migrants, for hosts, but also for carers? Someone talked to me during the discussion and said, sometimes when we talk about carers, we are thinking about counselors. What about the carers in the home, the parents, the husbands, the wives? Are we looking at that holistically? So think about those three. And then at the end of the day, as we end this conference, we are going to have a recommendation section. I want us to discuss those. Thank you very much and have a nice tea. Thank you, Jimmy.
Our tea is served just outside. Kindly pick a cup of tea and get back to your seats so that we can have a working tea. Lots of comments are coming through online. Lots of been approached by a number of you with a number of questions. So let's save time and be able to have ample time to dialogue. Thank you. Can I call the room to order? Thank you very much. I am very sure we'll keep taking our tea as we listen. And those who have opportunity to talk, I'm sure will also be able to multitask and talk. In the interest of time, sorry for rushing you through the break, but I thought it's very important we pick a cup of tea or coffee and get back to our seats and continue with the program. We had reached a point where all our distinguished panelists had finished presenting, and now it's time for us, the participants physically here and participants online, to share their reflections based on the presentations that were made by our distinguished panelists. At this point in time, I'll hand it over to Ms. Susan to take us through the reflection session. We'll keep it so brief. I'll request we begin with a question, and then the context can come later. So let's go that way. Rather than the other way, beginning by giving you a long context, then the question comes later. Let's begin with the question, and then maybe we can have the context thereafter. We've been able to capture a number of online comments. We are going to have them projected and disaggregated according to the different panelists. So those for Ruth will come first, then those for Gato, Joshua will follow, and lastly the ones that are meant to be responded to by Ms. Zawede will follow. So you're welcome, Ms. Susan, to lead us through the next 10 minutes at most for the reflection exercise.
Thank you so much. And welcome back from the break, although some of you are still taking your tea. Being so fast, they've given us only 10 minutes. So you should ask your questions, then the panelists will answer according. So from our physical audience, do we have any reflection, question, or comment? Yes, sir.
As I said earlier, I am Yaya Zachary from the University of Kisubi. I would like to appreciate Ruth, Joshua, and Rita for their presentations. Mine is not a question, but it is a little bit of concern that, early childhood experiences, if not drawn from back home, it's going to be a very huge issue. Because the first teachers, the first whoever you call for children is parents. Parenting has not surfaced much in that. The point is there are about 5 types of parenting. If not brought out, not handled from that point of view, you are going to miss certain things. Like there is authoritarian parenting, authoritative parenting, permissive, uninvolved, and helicopter parenting. If those are not addressed, may leave a lot of gap. When the children go to school, they get lost. Thank you.
Thank you, Zachary. Another reflection from our physical audience. Yes. There's a hand behind.
Thank you very much. I go back to the question that was framed, that are we paying attention to the mental health needs of the children of forced migrants? Also, are the children who experience violence or children of forced migrants being encouraged to share their stories, tell their stories? We know that sharing a story is part of the therapy, a talk therapy, but in most cases, children are not being encouraged to talk about what they've seen, what they've gone through, what they've experienced. during violence. I've come across parents who, when they're narrating, they say, this child actually witnessed me being raped. But I told the child, the moment you talk about what you have seen, that's the time you'll die like all the dead bodies that we met on our way while fleeing. So are children being encouraged to talk about things that they have witnessed, things that is suppressing their mental health? Also, to bring in, are we also following up closely to the changes in children's behaviors and cognitive functionalities after they've settled in, after the experience of post-migrations? Are we seeing the signs, the indicators of maybe future mental health issues and transgenerational traumas? Because if we are not doing that as counselors in the space and psychologists, then we are not doing justice to the future generation. The cases of Agu that's happening in northern Uganda, the boys that we are calling Agu, it's because we paid a blind attention to the triggers and the indicators of psychosocial and mental health issues during the post-war settings or in northern Uganda after the 20 years of LRA conflict. Thank you.
Thank you too. Another, we get them first then.
Well, thank you. My name is Christine. I'd like to ask this question to panelists, most especially Mama Matoya. What happens to the children, the first migrant children, who are on the street or in the host communities on their own that are not attended to? Because we are aware that some of them came on their own, they survived alone, some of them watched their parents being killed, and they're within the communities on their own, not attended to, having no relatives, no mentors, nobody to talk to, and some of them don't even know that programs like this exist. What happens to them? Thank you.
Do we have any other? I think the three are enough. How about the online? Yes.
Thank you so much. I've been monitoring the online conversation. We must say today has been more engaging than yesterday, partly also because people know that we are airing them. So one at a time. This is for Ruth. There are quite many. You have 3 slide points, which we can share now. So if you could read them, maybe somebody in front can help us read, and then we'll go to the next. Ruth has 3 slides. We can see Joy, who is one of our donors who was here with us yesterday. It was a thank you. And Kapuku, who is insisting to still talk, and he has been raising his hands. And he's telling us, as child protection workers, how about situation where there is demonstration in our country, children at risk of being beaten by police, gunshots, and tear gas? Julius is saying very powerful message ahead of 16 days of activism. Catherine Chiragu, and Sarah is saying, grow up, they want like you. I think that is also from Margaret, as you see from the slide. Yeah, so that's, I think, quite positive. And from Naki Valley, quite a lot of comments coming about parents staying in very small houses, and at night, definitely, things happen, including sex, and then the children are around them. Sexual encounters. So further, again, this is quite a long one. I think one of the chair will have to give you it. This is saying, how do we deal with issues of lack of livelihood, people locked at home, and children going through challenges, and organizations claim, I think this should be in quotes, that they do not have enough money to counter the financial deficiencies, and then failure to access offices, because during the lockdown, our councillors at the beginning, I hope now it is not the case, we are not considered essential workers. And to Gato, Salongo is saying, you've been a great teacher during your days when you were English for Adult facilitator, and it's glad to hear from you again. And Grace is saying, just to remind us how we handle various children. We really need to know that children are different, and we handle them according to the difficult and individual issues they bring. Joel, who has a team of other community councillors, a World Food Program, cycle happens when they're on hold because of longest one in terms of text. People went to study counseling because of their own experiences. It's good to say that. And from a Jumani team, they're saying children now having to do stone quarry and sand selling. I think that is child labor. I think there was conversation around including that by the national learning event around child labor. So what do we do in the event that we are not able to report? And the heavy rain and people going through difficult conditions. We know that some houses are logging and they have to put tents to. What does that mean? Please go away. Change the way they take their children's health. I think here they say charge. And Evelyn is saying, according to the conference, a lot is desired. As you can see, what is the role of UCA and other IPs in advocating for funding in this area? I think this question adds to 3 other questions from yesterday that will be answered partly by the UCA president as well. We'll keep monitoring the chat room and we'll get back accordingly. Thank you.
Deborah, please, if you could unmute yourself, that would be great. Unmute, please. We are ready to hear from you. Please unmute yourself. Deborah. Thank you. Deborah, we are waiting to hear from you. Kindly unmute and speak to us.
Thank you so much, everybody. My comment is, thank you, Ruth, for that insightful, those ideas. I think one of the things that will be helpful as we continue working with children, Deborah Jambo, I work with children as well at Safe Haven Child and Family Counseling Center and Makerere University. And one of the things we are doing now, which I think is very helpful for us as counselors, is doing research and hear the children themselves. We've got involved in studies as Makerere University and AfriChild to actually hear the children's voices. What are the children saying during COVID-19 about their own mental health, so that we are able to build evidence-based practices. I know we have a lot of needs for children, but being able to capture what the children are saying, I think is one area where we need to grow as well as counselors in this country, so that the interventions are tailored towards the children's voices as well, and what they need at the moment. There are so many experiences they've had, which I don't want to go into details, but I'm hoping that as an association, as people who are interested in children, we'll be able to listen and read some of the preliminary findings coming up from these research studies. For example, the children were telling us when we were collecting information from them during these research projects, they are staying home, like Ruth is saying, they are growing very fast, and they are concerned about how people are treating them. They are concerned about how they'll be affected when they get to school. Some of them, of course, are in child labor, and how that is affecting their mental health. They are the ones looking for the money. They are the ones struggling with being able to provide. So they've grown up faster than what they ought to do. And then there's increased depression as well. And what they're doing, actually, they're very resilient on how they're managing and what needs to work best for them in their settings. So I'm encouraging us to be able to dive into doing more research and then be able to use evidence-based practices as therapists in this country as we design interventions and work with the children. Thank you so much, everybody. Have a great day.
Thank you very much. Devil is there joining us via Zoom. Over to Susan to wrap up the session. Thank you.
Thank you, our audience. Indeed, today has been more active than it was yesterday, and we are happy for that. So back to our presenters. We are giving each of you 2 minutes to respond to the people's reflections. We begin with Ruth. May you please come.
A lot has been said about how do we hear the children's voices, because their mental health is linked, their mental health welfare is linked to whether they are able to express themselves if they have experienced adverse abuse and other unfortunate incidences. I noticed that we can be able to give them the voices. Many of us are in a position to do that, but after we hear their stories, we need the skills to help them process those stories. It does not stop at just telling the story. Something must be done after the story has been told so that the child can live adaptively with the information or with the experiences that they have had. They will not forget, but they will learn to live adaptively with it. And that calls for all people that handle children to go an extra mile to learn on how to intervene with children, because telling their stories, there are very many avenues. We can do that, but what we do with the stories is the most important thing. We also notice that caregivers on both sides of the divide are negatively affected by the situations they are in, whether they are victims of forced migration or just normal parents. And they have serious deficits in enhancing the mental health of their children, even when they are charged with giving the primary mental health care. So I think another thing we would do is begin to deliberately and seriously take care of the mental health, the primary mental health caregivers. When a mother has been raped, she's suffering shame, and she will not be in a position to respond to her daughter's shame. So help the mother, help the child. Projects have to be done. Increased funding. Let's not wait for just the donor organizations to do that. There can be simple volunteerism in the communities. There can be support from the schools. Teach the teachers. How many of you have volunteered to go and teach about trauma in the primary schools the children go to, so that the teachers understand what trauma does to the children, so that even when they educate them, it will be trauma-informed education, not just results. And lastly, I would like to say that research is a beautiful place to go, and using the results of the research, we will be able to get funding to get to the community. I quickly want to answer 2 questions. One person says, what happens to the child in the refugee camp who has no father, no mother? He arrived because he followed a team. The people on the ground, I'm sure, are trained to be able to intervene at the basic needs of the child. After that, it's important that they are placed in good foster care so that they can be helped to integrate, however, even if they are lonely, integrate with the community and given continuous support. Again, the question, how many people do we have out there who have the skills to deal with that? So everyone, food for thought is for you to get an extra training on how to handle children of forced migration and their mental health needs. Susan asked, who is a backward child? Because one of the things was mental health has to be taken care of and the backward child must be helped. A backward child lacks education, lacks the basic life skills, lacks etiquette and basic manners, lacks knowledge and the practice of basic self-care, along so many things that they cannot live adaptively within the communities within which they are. Therefore, that child must be helped. I wish I could answer more questions, but I only have 2 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ruth. Now we understand what a backward child is, and thank you for the other reflections you've addressed. So we call upon Joshua to come and take on.
Yes, I want to thank the audience for being attentive, because if you are not attentive, you cannot be able to ask a question or to give a comment. Thank you so much. I will first react to the comment of our sister there who talked about storytelling in the therapy of children. It is the ideal and it is the best practice, because for us in our Heroes Journey program, we have approaches we use. We have games, we have stories, we have play and art. In the stories, we have what we call sand tray. We provide sand trays to every child in a program with multitudes of toys. Then the child will create their world in the sand tray. Then from there, we will encourage with encouraging questions to encourage the child to tell the story from what they have created. Like the way Mrs. Matoya has said, telling a story for the child, telling a story is one thing. And what do we do with the story? It's another thing. So if we find a child whose story is traumatic, we identify this child for special psychosocial support through one-on-one. And we do it holistically, not with the child only, but also with the caregivers, parents, and foster families. I like the comment of our brother from Kisubi, the University of Kisubi, who talked about involving parents. That's why we use a holistic approach where we take parents through psychoeducation, teaching them the symptoms of the trauma in children and many things, so that we can work together to provide psychosocial support to this child. And there is a question somewhere, someone asked, what are the symptoms of trauma in children? This part of psychoeducation I'm talking about, there are many symptoms and they vary according to the age group of the children. A child of 3-4 years exhibits symptoms which are a bit different from a child of 15 and 16. However, they cut across. For children of 2 to 5 years, you will find them showing signs of fear. They cling to their parents. They cry every time. They move aimlessly or they freeze up. They regress to earlier childhood behavior such as thumb seeking, sucking, or bedwetting. It would be very shocking to find a child of 5 years who has gone back to the symptoms, to the behaviors of a child of 2 to 3 years. So, but these symptoms, we consider that they are of trauma if they have persisted more than 2 weeks and above. That's when we say that there could be a problem. 6 to 11 years, they lose interest from the activities they used to have. They have nightmares. They have also sleep problems. They become moody. They struggle with school and homework. They complain physically, like headache and stomachache, but in actual sense, if you find out there is nothing like that, they develop unfounded fear, they feel depressed, emotionally numb, they feel guilty over what happened. Yes. So there are many symptoms. We cannot exhaust them in this presentation. It is a broad topic that can be exhausted through a different forum, like in a training, specifically in psychoeducation part of it. For adolescents, 11 to 17, they have flashbacks, they have nightmares, sleep problems, they avoid anything which can remind them of the traumatic experience. They also start abusing substances like alcohol and smoking. They are too disruptive, and you find them isolated. They don't want to play with others, and so on. So those are some of the symptoms, but the way I have said, we don't look at them just 1 day or 2 days. We call them symptoms of trauma unless they have persisted for more than 2 weeks and ahead. In the interest of time, I want to thank you for your attentiveness, and thank you very much for your comments and questions. May God bless you.
Thank you, Joshua, for that insightful information you've given us. I think we have a lot to do as the carers to learn more about managing children. It's not a simple task. We need to know how to interpret the stories the children tell, the kind of play they do, so that we understand them well before we can help them. Thank you, Joshua, for that. Now we call upon Rita and her colleague to come and take us through their reflection.
I'm privileged to be here. Now we are talking about what Rita shared about SCE, early childhood experiences, and we are responding to some of them. We are under Shared Love Uganda, and this program, as Rita shared it, has got one snag, that the research she presented is from the US. So what is really needed is research based on our own experience, our children's experiences in this country. We need to pick that up. And with SCE, we have programs. We have training in communities and on radios, particularly Namirembe FM, and there's Masaka. And we are so privileged to have these programs because the response is quite encouraging, actually overwhelming. Because after the talks on radio, people ask questions. Then we have also arranged trainings, workshops in Masaka, and we meet these people. And we also are fortunately, many of us in this group, if not all of us, are counseling psychologists. So we meet people one-to-one, and we also meet some in groups. One of the concerns brought out here was parenting. We have a parenting program. We normally want to engage caretakers and parents, we involve people in these trainings, parenting. I think Rita can talk about UCA, maybe. What can UCA do? One of the things that we are looking forward to is to engage UCA, and we train every counselor in UCA so that
adverse childhood experiences are taken everywhere. We want it to be a ripple all over Uganda and beyond, because the nation, an upright nation, stands on an upright family. If the parenting is wrong, the family will be wrong. So it's very important that UCA responds to this SCE training program so that we can give away this knowledge to you people who we know that you are the right hands to handle this. And about the radio programs, it is Namirembe FM every Saturday from 12 noon up to 1 p.m. Please join us and send your comments. And then on Impact FM, it's every Monday from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. So you are very much welcome to that program. That's Masaka. Okay. It is Masaka. That is Masaka on Monday. Then we've done trainings in the Eastern, in Mbarara, Masaka, Central. A lot is being done in Central. So something is being done to see that SCE is known. We also help people to process their adverse childhood experiences. We don't only stop at training, but we also help you to process. It has a 12-week program, and it's very good. People have really thanked God that they joined that facilitation program. Thank you very much.
And we are very grateful to UCA for involving us in this program today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rita and colleague. You are doing a great job out there. We've heard. You are promoting child well-being on using media, which not so many of us are doing, although UCA as an association is also trying. But when we get individuals in your own capacity with your organizations and you go out to promote such programs, it's really very healthy, and we appreciate it so much. I was bitten by the pyramid when you were discussing about the SCE experiences from conception to death. I only remembered the pyramid when I was studying of Maslow, basic needs. But then when I found it here, it really beat me down. I feel I should get to know more about it. Thank you so much. Thank you, our audience. Maybe my colleague can come in and usher in another group for another session.
A round of applause for Ms. Susan and the entire panel for the work well done. Thank you so much, Susan. Ladies and gentlemen, next we have another panel. This panel will be chaired by none other than Joan Anena, who is the staff of Refugee Law Project, and I'll right away invite Joan to march forward. As they march forward, I would request that we stand for a minute and stretch, before we get into the next panel that is going to look at issues around health services. So as the panel settles in, kindly just around your chair, ensure that your neighbor is safe. Let's not hurt our neighbors, but it's important that we stretch. Thank you. I'll right away hand over to Anena Joan, who will do the due diligence of introducing her panel. Thank you so much. I think we can resume our seats.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate your presence both online and in the physical space. My name is Joanna Nena. I work with Refugee Law Project, and I'm also a student of mental health psychology counseling at Uganda Matters. The discussion has already been framed, and it's taking shape in understanding what it takes to attain a healthy mind in a healthy body amid this COVID-19. And we know that it's obvious that we can't talk about psychosocial support without engaging the health care services. With me is a team of great panelists who will be shaping the discussion on health care services in connection with mental health and psychosocial well-being of forced migrants. On board we have the DHO of Kirandongo, Mr. Motabia Iman. We also have a representative from St. Mary's Hospital, Lacho, Dr. Julius Meyer, and we have a representative from the Office of the Prime Minister, Mr. Robanda Izera. Not to waste more time, I will take this time to also invite on board Dr. Motabia Iman to share with us or shape a discussion on the district's health center's capacity for refugee mental and psychosocial support and the challenges and the prospects at large. You're most welcome.
Thank you, Joanne. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Dr. Mutiawa Imam, not Iman, but Imam. I am very privileged to be. Please allow me to observe protocol. It's a big privilege to be here, rubbing shoulders with the gurus in mental and psychosocial support. What has transpired in the last 2 days is that the mental health and psychosocial services have been grossly minimized, very marginalized, despite the fact that we have a big need. And what I'm going to say, is that I will just share with you what are the challenges, what are the gaps, and do we have any opportunities for improving. Kiriandongo is one of the districts in Uganda which has the biggest number probably of ethnicities. We are talking about over 70, and that gives us its own challenges, but also opportunities. Despite being multi-ethnic, it is a host to over 67,000 refugees, with a population of about 320. It is one of the settlements which interferes with an urban center. In Kiriandongo, we talk about whether there is a settlement, the refugees have settled all over the district, which actually lends credence to what was shared yesterday. As we talk about mental health for forced migrants, we forget that these people are staying among populations where they reside. COVID-19 actually clearly showed out the gaps that we had. However, what is the background, what is the district role and responsibility? The Minister of Health and Partners developed an integrated response plan I'm glad my brother from the office of the Prime Minister is around to share with us as a way of background. The IRIF, the Integrated Refugee Response Plan, was meant holistically look at the health of both the host as well as the migrants, the first migrants who are our refugees. You cannot talk about, you can't talk about mental health and psychosocial support without starting with the health. It's like talking about health. Of course, health has a lot of confounders, social determinants. That's why one of the comments that was made, that in Kriandongo, reduction in the food ration has had a psychosocial impact on the refugee children. That, before I forget, that means we must start thinking about a multi-sectoral approach towards dealing with mental health, as well as we have that multi-sectoral approach towards health. So we already have an integrated refugee response plan, which is in consonant with the health service provision, meant for the health service provision in refugees, and is in line with the health policy of our country. And the integrated refugee plan in our district, which is a very big positive, has already been aligned to our development plan. We are trying to look at mental health, but you cannot look at mental health before the actual health of the populations, including refugees, is concerned. This RRP is looking at how we can improve equitable access to service for both the host community as well as the refugee community. Now, I have already, the district local government, as I said, is mandated to take leadership, oversight, and all the stakeholders are considered partners in the provision of this plan. The local government is also meant to promote, to look for more resource mobilization as we move. Now, what are our challenges? Our challenges are majorly, as the district health system, are related to the building blocks of the health system by WHO, which looks at, actually we have a mismatch between the actual service delivery and the gaps and what is realistically what we should have. Yesterday, everybody applauded. I think I was one of the people to applaud when the director clinical services from Ministry of Health talked about the restructuring process that is going to bring a counselor at a district. Can you imagine? The current restructure that we are talking about is about 20 years ago. Now we are talking about having our first counselor at a district hospital, as if we don't have psychosocial and mental challenges. So you can see the district cannot take lead if its own structure cannot accommodate these critical cadres. The same thing goes with, okay. So we can say already we are talking about 80% of the population experiencing mental issues. The district health system, by design, as I already said, though we have already a plan, a comprehensive plan, the current resources in place are not in consonant with the task at hand. I've already said the district hospital can only have 3 psychiatric nurses, a clinical officer, a registered nurse, and enrolled nurse. And that is the referral facility meant to look at the mental and also psychosocial support for the rest of the district. So you can see a mismatch in the task. As a result, because of the other blocks of the health system, the refugee population of 67 is looked at by 3 health facilities. One is Health Center 3, and 2 of them are Health Center 2s. Again, a mismatch. The resource allocation is according to the level of care. So it means that we are going to lack supplies. We live in a world where inadequate infrastructure, because these facilities are lower than their actual level of care. We have lapses. As you see, I wanted to show you the biggest number of cases, the big proportion of our mental cases who require psychosocial support is epilepsy. Epilepsy is very rampant. It almost contributes 3/4 of our cases. Yes, but you cannot, you lack the psychosocial support to look, the network is not there for them to be able to look after them. What are the prospects that we have? We cannot sit down and cry. Kiranongo is lucky that we have a very welcoming people. My chairman is here, can attest to it, that Kiranongo is one of the most hospitable people, and therefore has created a very favorable environment for the forced migrants. We have built strong collaborations. One of the such collaborations is the Refugee Law Project, which has now brought a psychiatrist and several other critical cadres, including radiographer and a gynecologist at the hospital. That's the meaningful collaboration that I'm talking about. As we move forward, can we start thinking at how we can bridge the gaps? Because the hospital, beyond seeing the refugees, is also seeing the other host communities. To me, that's synergistic. We also have had, COVID has highlighted psychosocial gaps in our systems, and as a result, there is a heightened need by every stakeholder to start thinking about mental health and psychiatry. And as I talk now, we have already, before the Service Commission, a card of staff in the name of a psychiatric nurse. So we think we are now moving. We are now working on, we are thinking that we can also look, I've already alluded to the IRP. It's already a document that we can use as a stepping stone to improve not only our health, the health of our people, but also the mental health of our clients. I had some pictures of what is there happening, but what are the recommendations? We need a new shift, policy shift, to bring out mental health and social support as a critical health problem. And it reflected in the structures we are talking about, in the resource allocation, if we have to move in the right direction. We need to review the current structures. There must be a corresponding funding to bridge the gap. The district, we are looking at mental health programming to be prioritized as the district, the partners to come in and support. We need to support strategic health information, research, and innovation. That's one area if we have to get people to support us. We have to revisit the essential medicine and supply for refugee hosting facilities because they are unique facilities. Provision of adequate infrastructure, improved coordination. That's one area, especially for the players and who are working in mental health and psychosocial support. I've already alluded to a multi-sectoral nature of collaboration. Health was invited here, but mental health and the psychosocial issues have to do with community health and other players and education. I thought those are critical issues that we need to think about. In conclusion, mental health is a big health problem that unfortunately majorly partner-led because the government still have not given it a lot of attention that it deserves. A good mental health would require to be coordinated by the district and the partners would follow. I want to thank you all. And I want to thank the organizers who invited me. I can assure you, we are not going to be the same. It's not going to be work as usual. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Imam. Can we give another round of applause? The key points that I've taken from its submission is the need for multi-sectoral approach. I remember yesterday when Dr. Chris was giving his submission, he talked about how counseling alone cannot be the answer to mental health and psychosocial well-being. We need a multi-sectoral approach where we invite all the actors. Now, also another one that has also hit me hard is the fact that he talked about the 60,000 refugees being hosted in Kirandongo and the 70, he says over 70 different ethnicities. What does it mean? We have been talking about the multicultural approaches to counseling, multicultural approaches to service provision. I think this is the time to kickstart and look deep into these approaches. And also he talked of how after 20 years of advocacy and pushing, now the Ministry of Health is bringing on board a counselor at every district, at every district facilities. Meaning we don't need to give up on advocacy. It might take time, but when we keep on pushing, it will actually reap some good results at the end. The next speaker is Dr. Maya from Lacho Hospital. Dr. Maya is a medical worker who has been working with Lacho Hospital for 4 years now. He will be sharing with us a personal professional experience in serving forced migrants who experience physical and psychological and psychophysical war-related injuries. And he's going to expound on the fragilities for refugee patients. Dr. Maya, you're most welcome.
Thank you, everybody. All protocol observed. A lot has been said. Much as time is against us, I'll be slightly a bit specific to some of the points I want to put across. I said a lot has been said. Refugees, they are like any other patients. From the presentation, you'll see, as I go with, you'll see that most of the conditions that refugees have, even our patients have. So refugees are not like unique in terms of conditions, however, in some extents. So for my personal experience with refugees, I've learned refugees, one, they're very cooperative, two, they have issues with languages. However, the most conditions that we have like post-traumatic stress disorders, discopathy with neuropathy. We also have foreign body and osteomyelitis, like the bomb blasts. These people have been tortured, they have been affected with wars over wars. On top of that, when you look at discopathy, you find like these clients of ours, they have been tortured, they have been carrying heavy loads. And so you find like if you look at the nerve roots for the clinicians, if you look at the nerve roots, you find mostly the lower back pain, the lumbosacral regions. We have the nerve roots to the lower limbs. So you find most of these patients have discopathy. The lumbosacral regions are always affected. They also have issues with the lower limb pains. So those patients always have discopathy, neuropathy. On top of that, you find like these refugees, they also have elements of gastritis, pancreatitis. Look at the way they feed. Sometimes they don't feed, sometimes they eat once in a while, so they have issues with ulcers, which is also very prominent with our clients, the refugees. And leaving alone that, we also look at elements of UTI and PID. For most men, they tend to have UTI, and then for females, we have like UTI together with pelvic inflammatory diseases. However, you find like these clients, they have been for very many good years without attending any health checkup in their body. So they are first encountered, they find they have a lot of issues. And also with hygiene, coping up, so they have issues with UTI, pelvic inflammatory diseases. So leaving alone that, we also have issues with them like HIV infections. Some of them, not all, but at least there's some aspect. They have infection, and also to access the drug is also another challenge. So complications associated with HIV infection, they are also there. Much as we try to work on it, but really they have a lot to be helped in that regards. And also hypertension and diabetes, not so much prominence, but there are also aspects of those people. Because when you look at the way they also feed, the stress they undergo through, so you find like, hypertension, much as if you look at hypertension, stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, some of them come when they're already in stage 3. So you have slightly to work, counseling, and try to look at the adherence onto drugs. And then also lipomas and hernia. When you look logically, you find like these patients, because of the trauma, the tortures, they have like some body swellings. When you examine, you find it is a lipoma and hernia, like for men that have been carrying heavy loads, the abdominal muscles. So you find that they have the hernia. Could be the left inguinal, right inguinal. The supraumbilical hernia is more common in females. And then also when you look at the chronic hepatitis B, because when you look at hepatitis, so if you are really to make that diagnosis of chronic hepatitis B, you find like for them they really come at a later stage. So they also have elements of chronic hepatitis B. Infertility, you find like these clients, they are always tortured, they are always raped, they start sex early, so you find they are also prone to infertility issues. That's what you have seen with what? With some of the clients. And then when you look at some of the possible few challenges we have seen, like poor adherence to treatment, you find we also have issues with language barrier. So some of them, since it is their first time also to come to the hospital, first time to be checked, so their understanding of the drugs, that the drugs works, is also a problem. So it makes their adherence also a challenge. Also, on the other aspect, you look at the issues of food. How can you take drugs when you are not eating well? So they have also that issues. So we still have those challenges with the refugees. And then also the poor hygiene, then counseling as well. And then some of them miss appointment. So the reason why they miss appointment, because some of them have tendency of easy forgetting, so they don't know when they're supposed really to go. So they also have that challenges of missing their appointments. And then also another aspect is sometimes you find like there are very many clients to be taken for review at a particular time. But also look at aspect of transport. You find maybe the transport these people have can take like maybe about 15 or maybe 10 plus, so the other balance will be left. So it also affects elements of adherence. That's what I've seen with them. And then also in other aspect, in my recommendation, I think these people also need really financial support, because much as we said, what if finances are not mobilized? So you find really these people, we cannot do much. You find like most of these investigations, they have to be paid, the drugs, like patients, because now when you look at patients, you have patients on chronic drugs, chronic medication, chronic condition, so they really have to adhere, they always have to take drugs in time. So we need really to mobilize for them the financial supports, and also counseling as well, because when we look at post-traumatic stress disorders, a lot has been said. You find some of them have been raped, tortured. So in that aspect, you find these people, they always need to be counseled as well. Much as we are giving the drug, counseling is another aspect. So it also plays a big deal. And then also engaging these clients of ours into small income generating activities. Much as they're always being given food, but ideally, what they're being given is also not enough as a human being. What you are being given, sometimes you need other things. So these people should be engaged into small income generating activities to supplement on what they're being given. And then also need for health educators. So these people, seeing some of them, it's their first time to know about the health condition, their first time to know that certain condition need to be treated, so we need health educators who could really help these people. I think I don't have much to say. Thank you for listening. Then another thing I want to put across, I think on behalf of LACHO, we really thank the funders of this project. We really fund the low refugees projects, because we have really also seen that without the low refugees project, I don't know how these refugees would be. Because you look at patients, chronic condition, patients who need drug, they need to be transported, they need food, they need accommodation, they need translators, they need all sorts of things to be helped. From the camp to the destination, from there back to the place, organizing, review, follow up, and then the NENA and the team, we really need to thank these people. They are doing a lot. I've been with them, they're really doing a lot. So thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Julius Meyer. Another round of applause. I can see it's coming towards lunchtime, and the enzyme might be working. And to our online audience, you can keep the comment coming. The technical team will be able to put it on screen at the time of our reflection. What I've picked is the need for interpreters at the health centers. We know there are very many different languages that are being spoken by the refugees, about 36 languages. So if they are not well interpreted, then there will be issues of misinterpretation and misinformation as well. And at that, we also give back the credit to RLP for English for Adults, that is then helping refugees to be able to speak for themselves when they go to hospitals and health centers. Also, another thing that was mentioned is the need for nutrition. Some of the clients that are actually being transported, they'll have issues that requires them to eat certain kinds of food. But what we know that is being given to refugees, it's mostly maize and beans. And for patients who have ulcers, we know how that reacts. So it still comes back to the different actors. How do we support? Next on board, we are going to have Mr. Rubanda Ezra. He works with the Comprehensive Refugee Response Framework Secretariat at the Office of the Prime Minister, OPM. He will be shaping a discussion on psychosocial well-being as a key to the realization of the CRRF. You're most welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair, colleagues in the House, and those online. My name is Ezra Rwanda. I'm here from Office of Prime Minister. I was informed that I come and we discuss the issues of well-being and how psychosocial well-being affects the success of CRRF in Uganda. Madam Chair, when we visited one of our settlements a few months ago, we were challenged by a case where two people were fighting, and then one injured the other on the head. Then examinations went, and time reached for prosecution because this person, the medical report was clear that his brain was injured. So when they went to court, this person was told that you injured someone's brain, you should start to prepare and go to jail. He raised and said, what did I injure that you injured the brain? How many brains does this person have that he has one? Then he asks a question. How sure are you that by the time we fought, it is not this brain, the sick brain, that actually triggered the fight? Of course, if you were the judge, what would you do? The man had his case. It implies that where do we base ourselves to say so-and-so's mental health is okay, the other's mental is not? I am bringing this to the practitioners. I'm told these are counselors, and they have all the tools to measure the status of our brains and their functionalities. So that triggered me into trying to understand, this is how we hold it in the refugee response. What is well-being in our view? We don't know the view, and that's why I'm here. I want to learn the view of the so-called counselors, the psychologists, the experts. But to us, in refugee response, we think that if this brain, the output from the brain, the functionality of the brain, if it can shape positive functionality of an individual intra and inter, Because sometimes, no one, maybe you know them. If you ever asked anyone that, are you okay? They all say yes. But to you, you say sometimes that they are not okay because you are experts. But to them, within themselves, they sometimes say they are fine. So to us, we are looking and we are thinking that it refers to the intra and inter-individual levels of positive functioning. It includes self-referent attitude and one's relatedness with others. So that's the approach of the sick and the ill. When you are sick, when you feel you are ill, then when the other people feel that observe that you are not okay, that's when they say he is sick. So we think that for us we are looking at it from that perspective. And it affects one's sense of mastery and personal growth. Our underlining aspect here, we are looking at personal growth, the growth of this individual affected. You cannot come and say, I am here, I'm growing, then that's not life. So to us, in refugee response, we are so much concerned about this personal growth, the person's growth. And it is understood by studying one's emotional being, social behavior, and the collective well-being. There are those people, you are trying to push them to this line, and for them they are saying it is supposed to be the other side. So we are trying to look at it from various perspectives, different angles, different lenses of looking at this. Because it's not just a mimic of psychosocial, because we are very good at coining terminologies and we don't want to see inside what these terminologies are all about. But I just wanted to share the perspective of ours in the refugee response. The context as we speak right now, where do we lie with the refugees? This is the statistics that we had by June 2020. You might want to say, hey, we are in December, this man is sharing 2020. I want to share with this house that if there is anything that is very hard to study, ascertain, and contextualize, is psychosocial status. Where does it lie? Do we have a continuum, agreed continuum, that if you measure to this, then you are more sick than the other? Maybe the professionals can be of help. But these are the statistics that we've got. I don't know whether I need to go into the specific ones. But what is common, and I would want to share with this house, Madam Chair, lies on this one. I will come back to the mic. Since the outbreak of COVID, this is where we moved from. We were at what? We were at 17. Now we're at 108 by June. These are the cases, and we are trying to see the association this has got with COVID. I happen to be an advocate wherever I pass. Yesterday we had an argument, and people were like, COVID, COVID, COVID. And I raised a question, which I am raising again to this house. Where were we before COVID with psychosocial agenda? When you wake someone up in the morning, you are not the cause. The cause is the sun coming. But this person, if they are adamant, they would say, why are you waking me up? Hey, boss, you can't, even if you closed your what? Your house and you're in darkness, but still the sun has already come. What I'm trying to say here is that our system for psychosocial agenda was not that robust, neither the best. So that we now blame COVID entirely. Let's treat COVID as a what? Just a signaler. And then we go back, that's when we'll be able to address a comprehensive system that does this. Now, CRRF has got 5 pillars. These pillars, the first one is about admission and rights of the refugees. we've got a challenge that we cannot have that sustainably done if the people we are working with are in a psychosocial state that is not well. Because this affects the self-determination. Because even if you were coming from the heaven with all the resources, and you're trying to move people, there has got to be that internal enthusiasm that propels the individual that we are trying to support. So, Madam Chair, I can see the time is not on my side. And then we are talking about emergency response. When these people come, we try to run and support them. But if we play that we had them in a better state, when they are coming and others are collapsing, it means that the response, the intervention for response, ought to be more complex than we would think if they were able to move the way you would want them to move. Then self-reliance and resilience. This is where it touches most. When these people come, we would want to support them. And indeed, there is a lot of partners who are trying to support them. But the support keeps melting on a rock, day in and day out. You go and give them seeds, nothing is happening. You go and give them this, the other day they are fighting. So what we're trying to say is that psychosocial well-being is very important and a very big pillar for the success of self-reliance and resilience, because there is no amount of support you can give these people unless they start to support themselves. They can't support themselves unless they have functionalities that are well coordinated, both intra and inter-social dynamics. Expanded solution. This is an objective or a pillar of CRRF where we are saying that once people are here and they can have other alternate ways, we call them third countries, please let these countries receive them and they host them as well. And countries are willing. But there is a screening that is done by UNHCR to qualify some and leave others. For those who are exiting into third country, what is normally there? They want to check, how do you have cases? How stable are you as a character? How do you behave? Now that means that this pillar cannot work until we are presenting, I would think, normal and progressive people. Run the next slide. Then voluntary repatriation. This is a pillar that looks at how we can help these people to go back, especially after skilling them, after orienting them, and they are positive in terms of their... Now, what are we doing? Yes, since yesterday we are talking about problems, highlighting problems. Now, at CRRF, one of the approach that we have done, the CRRF, for those who do not understand, there is a steering group composed of development and humanitarian players, government, academia, media. They sit every 3 months in a hall like this one, and they deliberate on issues of refugee response. Now, this matter of psychosocial challenge has come to their agenda, and they guided, number one, that studies be made. Comprehensive studies. We are basically now, I'm very happy that we have colleagues online, especially from the academia. We are basically dealing with something we don't understand. You can't think that a person aged 23, you met in a refugee settlement, and then you say, I am going to work on her and make sure that she becomes okay. No. We are trying to say, can we try to find out why? For instance, there is a triggering question that we have got around 12 refugees from around 13 countries, but this challenge is so prominent with South Sudanese. You are the experts, the question is why? There is a set of people, hypothesis, they hypothetically think that maybe South Sudanese have had civil strife for long than others. Yes, it's a hypothesis. Some of you could follow that and give us a conclusion. There is another group of thought who say it's about what they feed. Yes, you know that how you feed matters in terms of your brain capacity. Then another school of thought is saying that it could be weather related. That these guys are under high scorching sun compared to other people. So we are asking, if we removed the South Sudanese and, for instance, brought them to the central, would this reduce? We don't know. And that's what we are putting across. So we are making sure that comprehensive studies are being done. Funding is also being pronounced from government of Uganda. We received last year support from government of Italy and government of Netherlands. And this project is one of the beneficiaries to that effect. Madam, I'm concluding. Then the last one, another one we are trying to say, the SG directed that whether you are in livelihood, whether you are in health, in education, wherever you are, because so far we have got 5 response plans. Whichever intervention you come up with, it must embed aspects of psychosocial support and mental health, because the situation is getting out of hand. Then we have got, we had an intersector meeting after that, where all those I'm talking about sat down and we say, how do we take it forward? For them, they said, Minister of Health guide us with UNHCR, and we come up with a psychosocial, mental health and psychosocial strategy. Now, on that matter, Madam Chair, allow me to call upon stakeholders in this conference that please jot down what do you think works, and we put it in this strategy. Of course, it's going to have consultative processes, but I wish you could jot it down and we get the strategy to support this agenda. House questions? The first question is psychosocial system thesis and antithesis. Should we, if we are designing interventions, should we bring back because the system, we believe that there is a community system that was looking at these issues, because the incidence of psychosocial problems back in the community where this person came from was working, because he did not have that. So should we, if they are South Sudanese, can we go back and borrow what they were doing back home in their communities, those social systems of working against such a kind of traumas and problems? Or when they come here, because they are in host communities, we simply make them adopt what works in the host communities. Or we bring the other one and mix with it and make a hybrid. Or we abandon that and we say we are going formal, where we employ 1 million counselors who just deal with the situation as is. So these are a lot of hypothetical questions that we need to answer with you as professionals. Then the other question is about the targeting. This is where the biggest challenge lies. Normally, public health looks at the community as a whole, and they design good programs, take them to radio, go and distribute nets, and we get it. But the problem with psychosocial is medical. You deal with an individual to an individual. On that matter, I will entertain more discussion issues, and I wish to say, for God and my country.
Thank you very much for that wonderful presentation. What struck me was the analysis of the 2020 suicide data. Actually, it gets back to us as practitioners. psychologists and counselors, the terminologies we are using, psychosocial support, what is inside, what is the ingredients inside, and the question of what were we doing before COVID-19? Did we do anything to improve the lives of forced migrants? And now that COVID-19 has even hit harder, what are we doing? As we take some, I'll take about 3 from the physical audience here. Reflection, as the technical team will be working on some of the submissions from the online audience. He also mentioned that trauma affects individuals differently. So assumption of because someone has experienced violence, you assume the person is traumatized. And therefore what the person needs is counseling. We need to work on our assumptions and go with what's real, the reality on grounds, when it comes to working with forced migrants. So I'll take 2 of the submission. Yes, can I have some help?
Friends, I want to sincerely, with profound gratitude, appreciate the presenters. Nothing to subtract. Most importantly, my senior DHO, Chiradongo. My name is Manga Godfrey. I'm the acting district health officer for Adjumani. Adjumani is one of the districts in Uganda hosting very many refugees. Actually, the second highest number, about 214,000. Very close to Yumbe, that hosts the largest number in the country. Our refugee population is about 48% of the total population of the district, which is about 450,000. Now, COVID and mental health. Allow me to say this. Adjumani is contributing about 200,000 of COVID confirmed cases of Uganda. But it is among the first districts to register positive cases. Actually, 2 days after the first case was detected on 21st March, I think it was a Saturday. Adjumani's case was on 23rd. At that time, COVID was a bit rare. Geographically, Adjumani is located of West Nile, but administratively we belong to West Nile. Our regional hospital is supposed to be, but because of distance, we prefer referring to Gulu, Lacho and Gulu referral. So on 23rd, when they confirmed that case, the news came on 25th. None of the referral hospitals were willing to take that case. Good enough, we had prepared to respond to Ebola, and then we used the facilities established for Ebola to manage that case from within, and successfully healed on 14th of April. Majority of the cases were refugees. Actually, 90% of the cases at the beginning were refugees, but later, now majority are Ugandans. Actually, the total refugees are 53. The rest are Ugandans, numbering 143. Our total cases are 197 as of last evening. The last pillar of CRRF is about voluntary repatriation. This pillar is actually being implemented in silence. Refugees are crossing South Sudan and then back freely. And this was the main cause of most cases being refugees. You remember South Sudan was hit more than Uganda. Number two, of course, porous borders, they were sneaking. And when they will be intercepted, they will be managed a little bit hastily. And this was affecting their mental health. They will be quarantined for 14 days. Should anybody be tested positive among the quarantined persons, again, they increased 14 days. To the extent they started escaping. They were cutting the fence of the institutional quarantine and then escaping because the trauma was getting too heavy for them. Now, the challenge I wanted to bring regarding COVID is when the guideline changed for case management. Previously, if you are positive, you are tested twice before you are discharged, and both test results must be negative. When Uganda entered phase 4, where so many transmission occurring in the community, the guidelines suddenly changed. You now you are admitted either home or in a center where they treat these cases. 10 days, if you don't show signs and symptoms, you are discharged without laboratory test. So these discharged persons go home without test certificate. Previously, it was very easy to integrate these discharged persons because they will even produce their negative results and they will be accepted. Integration was easy. The biggest challenge we have now is they are being rejected. In fact, the 197 cases.
I request that you wind up.
I am winding up, sorry. Of the 197 cases, 40 are health workers. Just the other day, one was a laboratory technician. He was discharged, he went home, but he didn't have the negative result. He went to fetch water, they locked the borehole for 2 days. And there was chaos. What I'm saying here is counseling is inadequate. Why? The committee responsible for counseling, the psychosocial support committee of the district task force, is poorly funded. Previously it was big. It was led by district community development office. It was a big team. Because funding was not coming, they contributed their patriotism voluntarily without pay. Later on they pulled out. They left on one mental health nurse who, when was on leave, was when boreholes were being locked. Because he's a human being, needed to rest. She went on leave for 2 weeks. It was when now they discharged patients without certificates and they were being rejected. And the trauma level of a rejected person is very high. I thought I should say this to supplement on the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that submission. Dr. Chris' hand was up. Can we hear from him?
Thank you very much, and particularly thank you, Ezra, for coming from CRRF. What is UNHCR's position? Unfortunately, they don't come to these kind of functions. So where do they see Ugandan civil society organizations fitting in MHPSS? I think we have many colleagues in the room who have not been directly involved in humanitarian settings, so they're maybe not familiar with the whole business about implementing partners and operational partners. But from where you sit, what is the vision of UNHCR and OPM in terms of the role of civil society in delivering on what I think you've acknowledged is a massive task? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will go online. Let's take the last from lady so that we balance gender.
Thank you so much. Thank you, our presenters. Mine goes to, it's a concern to Mr. Rubanda. I'm just asking whether on that team, the strategic planning team, you have a psychologist among the members. I feel it would be relevant if you had one, because we have a lot to offer, as in promoting the intra and social dynamics.
Thank you very much. Let's listen from our online audience, the technical team. We shall take 2 comments from the online audience, and then we'll call it.
Yeah, Thank you so much. From the online team, the following have been recorded. I think they will be general to all the people up there. Sister Kajuna is saying the Ministry of Health should be involved. I think yesterday Dr. Olaro was here, so maybe the participant wasn't there, but yeah, definitely on how counselors can be involved in the healthcare facilities. I think this is around recruitment of interpreters and counselors in the health facilities. Given that we have district leaders here as well, I think that is a talk to them again. And Jackie is saying, for far too long, Uganda Counseling Association have been talking about passing the bill for counselors. They're still waiting. Again, Mr. President, I know you're on my left-hand side. Please prepare that as well. And Paul is saying we need to educate parents on the 3 stages of development, the oral, anal, and phallic stages of development. I think this is very psychological. I think if Paul is listening, the question is who should do it? I think this is a question that we will send to the panel as well, but for all of us to be talking about. But also a conversation around the medic saying currently mothers seems to be doing bottle feeding instead of breastfeeding. And that seems to be affecting the mental health of children as they grow up. I think this one, given that we have doctors in front there, they will be able to attend to that. From Ajumani, they say this is for the organizers, that we need sign language interpreters subsequently. And for other people who are also here, but also with us online, Elizabeth Okello, and saying partnership is important. And for those who have partnered with the district hospitals, Mr. Mutiaba, thank you so much, and thumbs up, as you can see there. And Baldi is saying cases of maternal and neonatal death should be addressed. The question also how, and maybe how that is connected, I think that is up there. Some counselors are saying COVID-19 has definitely affected the way we do things, even spraying of the podium. I think it is virtually affecting some people watching as well. And Joel from Kiriandongo is saying thank you so much, St. Mary's Hospital at Joe, for treating our clients over this period of time. Lamwaka is not holding awards and saying the issue of poor drug adherence. Some experts in the client community linkages should be recruited. So maybe the health center will be equipped with a number of people as well with community linkage facilitators. Edohu did not hold his words and said for a paradigm shift in the refugee strategy. For far too long, refugees have been treated as commodities over whose heads experts haggle ideas that in many cases paper over the cracks of broken refugee system. I'm not sure who will answer this question, but definitely you can see it is right from that angle. Otherwise, thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll now give one minute each to the panelists to respond to the question as we wrap up.
I just want to talk issues of the bottle feeding, which they have asked. What I've also realized is that, you see, when we talk of health education, health talks, it is not simple like the way I can say it like this. It is slightly big. Because when you look logically, when you look at a child is supposed to be exclusively breastfeed for about 6 months. That is the ideal way to go. But you find like we have like mothers, we have the working class of looking into that is different. When you look at aspect of cancers, like the breast cancers, ideally when you look at the breast, you find like all different ladies or women have different sizes of breast. But when you look at the fat, so you find like if a child is not breastfed for about 6 months, so you look at the fat, the quantity of the fat, it's so much. But exclusive breastfeeding for about 6 months, and then maybe after 2 years, another child like that, it reduces on the fat onto the what? Onto the breast. So it also reduces onto the risk of somebody getting the breast cancer. So health education, to me, it is paramount. So it is good we have the district health officers here. So I feel like most of the gap that I've seen in villages, and even together with our client, the refugees, we really need to put emphasis on what health education. The food people are eating is bringing a lot of problems in them. They don't know how much to eat, when to eat, at what time to eat. So we really have challenges. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Chair and the audience. One clarification is about what my brother from Juman highlighted on, about the movement of refugees across the border. What I highlighted in the pillar is voluntary repatriation, and this is completely different from voluntary movements. This coming in and going out, in and out, it's an illegal practice, and we condemn that. Once you come and you're a registered refugee, and you feel at any time you want to go, you go to the registration authority and apply that I am going back, and you are given a moving certificate of going back. When you are coming back fresh, you come under new terms and conditions. Yeah, it's okay, you can go 1,000,000 times, depending on the situation, and coming back. But if it is official, is what we call voluntary repatriation. The question is about the concern about that. I'm very glad that this is being mentioned, that in some districts, psychosocial committees are elected, but the challenge is about financing. I would want to assure you that the strategy we are trying to develop, part of its responsibilities is to mobilize resources. Because right now we are there, but resources, as I said, they are up. Italy is giving us resources, the Netherlands, the government of Uganda, but these have got to be channeled through a systematic, institutionalized kind of functionary. But it's good, it's being highlighted, and we're going to put it to the agenda. Number 3, the vision of UNHCR and OPM in respect to the implementing partners and operating partners. This is a good question, but I need to shed a thing that UNHCR or Ugandan refugee response needs partners in millions. So what is being done right now is to try to put up a mechanism that is harmonized and will reduce duplication. At Office of Prime Minister DOR, they have designed a platform which, once you apply and you want to join refugee response, you are pressed there. Anyone, anytime can come and say, Agency X is doing business D, and in a locality called Y, and the agency is being governed by so and so. So it's about information tracking, and you cannot be in one house when you are not synchronized. So that is what we are trying to do, and more people or responders are welcome. So the vision is clear and positive. Our last question or response, Madam Chair, is about, is there a possibility that a psychologist could be invited to join the team that is working on a strategy? Yes, completely yes. And I think if you happy to join, please channel your information through Mary, who has been our coordinator. She will be able to link this to me, and then we extend official invitation. And we are very happy to have you on board, including the Uganda Counseling Association. So otherwise, it is a continuous struggle. I thank you very much.
I think I can say I'm very happy, and I think this is a very big starting point for us to improve our mental and psychosocial services in our district. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the panelists, to the online audience, and to the audience physically in this space. As we go back, what should be ringing into our mind? I will be thinking of mainstreaming mental health and psychosocial support in every project or programs that involve post-migrants, and also the multi-sectoral approach to service delivery. And also working on the referral pathways and networking with other partners or actors just like they say mental health well-being and psychosocial well-being, cannot only be attended to or cannot only be worked on through counseling. We need to network and develop pathways. Before we close, I'm told there's one pending question that they would love Mr. Ezra to respond to before we close.
What is the question, Madam Chair?
Sorry, yeah, it's right there. I think there is from the chart it is saying for a long time we keep talking about refugee-centered approach, holistic approach, whole of society approach. So I think it is going to the CRF Secretariat. Ezra, over to you. Thank you.
I don't pick the question. What are you asking?
I think the person is asking that for far too long, refugees are being treated as commodities, as kind of properties whose experiences, experts in quote, researchers, policymakers like ourselves, ride on in terms of ideas and get papers, including maybe research papers. And they're asking, how do we move the refugee discourse to a refugee-centered approach, putting refugees in the heart of it, not just using their own experiences, that other people get research papers and presentations and PhD books. Thank you.
I get it now, but I find it completely subjective. To begin with, yes, the refugee response in Uganda has progressing. Yes or no? The answer is yes. Where is this progress coming from? It is innovations and designs and redesigns of the intervention that we make. So when you say that people are taking chance of certain situations, I would think it is sort of out of context, because when an agency comes and does research, to begin with, or the point of concern is what you are presenting as facts. Are they facts? Yes. And is this public information? Yes. When you misuse this information, the problem does not link to the refugee response, it links with the use of the information. I don't know whether I'm making sense. Now, as a country, as a policy, as a government, what is our position on, one, correction of information or gathering of data and use of this data? The new approach of CRF has brought in the play the key information or data holders called UBOS. And UBOS has come up with what we call standard operating procedures for conducting any form of survey, of research, of dissemination of whatever form. It is giving a process. And they are supposed to be the key custodian of this information. So that's the attempt we have put in place to solve that kind of challenge. But when it comes to the information, it has, again, a connotation to do with rights. When Ezra comes here and speaks, what he speaks have a connotation with his rights of speech and rights of publication. So, for that matter, I would want to think that this could be a subjective issue, but still the mechanism to organize refugee response and information sharing has already been put in place.
Thank you very much. With that, we come to the closure of the session. I'll hand over the mic to the day manager. But as he comes, I still say, do not open wounds that you cannot close. or do not leave the wounds that you have opened bleeding, leaves it bleeding. In counseling, we say when you open a wound, try as much as possible to ensure that that wound is closed. It goes back to storytelling. After the story, then what? You are not supposed to go and just be collecting data, listening to stories for your own consumption. How about the person who is telling the story? In what state are you leaving that person? It goes back to networking, partnership, collaboration, and referral pathways for proper referrals and support. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Joanne. Let's give them a round of applause as they go back to their seats. It's been another long session, but very, very insightful, provoking lots of conversations, both online, but also physically. It's only time that is limiting us, otherwise we would have lots and lots of conversations going on. We're supposed to get to the next session, the seventh panel, that brings on board duty bearers in this conversation. And this session will be chaired by Devota Nue, and it brings together a representative from police, and this is Hajat Aisha Kayongo. We'll later have a discussion from the Ministry of Education and then the Judiciary Training Institute. But looking at time, we've been told that lunch is ready, and according to our program, lunch was supposed to come at the tail end of all these discussions. So we are requesting that you pardon us, we break off for lunch and then return and complete the remaining load. Is it something that is agreeable to all of us physically and our contributors and participants online? We request that you pardon us so that we don't have to wait until after all this presentation to have lunch. We are cognizant that among us we have people who have issues and they can't wait for that long. So we're requesting, is it something that we all agree? Or you still feel we should push on and have lunch at once? Can I hear some voices? What do we do? Wow. It's been unanimously, I want to agree that it's been unanimously agreed that we go for lunch and then return and complete the remaining load that we have. So our online audience, we request you to have some 30 minutes off, depending on where you are, have a snack, have something to eat, and then we are resuming in the next 40 minutes. So kindly, let's try to keep it 40 minutes so that we return and complete a little earlier. You know, being the last day, it's a very tricky day. There are people who might be thinking of traveling far. So I kindly request that we try as much as we can to keep it to 40 minutes and see how we proceed. I will request a volunteer to bless our lunch as we go to partake of it. A volunteer? Thank you.
Stand for a prayer. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Almighty Father, we thank you for this day. We thank you for a moment and the sharing. And so, Father, as we go to partake of the lunch, bless the people that have prepared it, and let it be a blessing for nourishment as we get through the session. Bless all the people who have prepared it in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit.